Hello. Welcome to the third day of WAAS at 65 conference. Uh, the webinar has started and audience are able to see and hear us. We'll start the session in about 2 minutes.
Hello, Odwin. How are you? I can't hear. You have to unmute. You have to unmute, Odwin. I can't hear.
No, now I'm muted myself. Yeah. Now you should. Yeah. Okay. Can you hear me, Thomas?
Yeah, very good.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah. Then we're all set. Yeah.
Except our other panelists have not joined in yet, as far as I can see. Can I just ask technical support whether Mike Marion or David Harris and Lorenzo Rodriguez have joined?
One of them have joined, Professor. We are waiting for two of the panelists.
Yeah, Lorenzo is
joined. Maybe they didn't join as panelists.
I am monitoring the attendee list. Once they join, I'll
Yeah, Lorenzo is there.
Yeah.
He's just messaged in the chat. So we're looking to admit Lorenzo as a panelist, and we're looking for Mike Marion. Okay, there's Lorenzo. Hi, Lorenzo. And we're looking for Mike Marion and David Harris.
Hi, Thomas. How are you?
Hi, Lorenzo. Yep.
Hello. Hi, Lorenzo.
Hi, Ortwin. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Lorenzo. Yeah.
You wouldn't believe me what happened just today. We are about to have a panel of existential threats, and due to an unforeseen circumstance, an electrical storm here in the tropic in Latin America, there's no electricity.
Oh my goodness! Yeah, well, so
I'm participating
in the right panel for the right topic.
That precisely right. The best introduction possible for such an event, right?
Yes.
So I'm having the conference today, or being part of the conference today, using my laptop and human ingenium. Truly wonderful times.
Okay, well, David hasn't arrived yet, but when he does, please promote him to speaker. Oh, Mike, how are you? Very good. Okay, well, we're just about on time to start. Welcome, everybody, to this panel, which is about the work of the extra working group within the World Academy, which stands for Existential Threats and Risks to All. So what we are concerned with, and not just us, but I think just about everybody, unless they live under a rock, is the emerging polycrisis, the systemic crisis that is emerging from a number of different directions, whether it's nuclear war, climate change, AI, and many other, on many fronts, and also political developments. On many fronts, our future seems precarious, and it would be very good to stay well informed about all these different threats, especially for those people who are in positions of responsibility. However, to do that would be just about a full-time job. Just to stay up to date with, say, climate change is something that I'm particularly interested in and have been for many years, is a huge job. There's so much news in the media. There's so much being published in academic sources. There are many, many reports from some of the major players. And to get an idea of the whole systemic situation is just about impossible. It takes a whole team of people to sort through the masses of information, and that is exactly what we are proposing to do and what we have done. And first of all, Mike, who's been working very hard with Lorenzo on the directory, which is a very large repository of information on all these different threads. Now I'm going to share my screen and show you the website that we've been building. It's not yet a website, but it's, hold on, let me see. I've got this here on a PDF. Okay. So this is what the website looks like. Yeah. Can you see that?
Yes.
Yeah? Okay, good. So that's the landing page. You see the main directory here. So this is a static image still. So we already have a website, but it's not quite finished yet, which is embedded within the World Academy website. Okay, so that's the landing page. There's some general introductory material. There is a kind of a map of the site, which I should probably show you, or it's worth looking at in detail. So that's kind of a site map. So we have a short selection of reports called the top 20. There must be reason, there must be absolutely among the most important pieces of information you might want to read. And then we have the directory, which is in the center. That's the main repository. And we have an archive for reports that are good for reference, for research, but not so current. Okay. And that's going to fill over time. It's still empty at the moment because for now we've just selected what is important. So we've got some introductory information. We have some information on what the nature of the threat is, or in a polycrisis situation. It's called 10 key insights. And we have some a network of almost 100 organizations, which we think are key organizations in this field. And finally, we have a newsletter, which you can subscribe to. There'll be a subscription form on the website. Sorry, no, that's too small. Okay. So they are the 10 key ideas. Sorry, it's a bit small. Yeah. How's that? Okay. So that's a directory. They are the main categories and the subcategories. So we've got 5 categories overviews. That means general, broad reports covering several areas. Then planet, people, security, and sustainability, and several subcategories, which will all be browsable. Okay. And then this introduction to the 10 key ideas, and Michael will say more about that in a minute. Then we have the About page, which just explains a little bit about who we are and what we do. Pictures have yet to be finalized. Contact form. Then we have the directory, of course. Yeah, the 20 recent reports of note. And you can just click a link and read the report. You can also search the subcategory which it belongs to by clicking on the categorization. So these are just examples. Then this is what the main directory will look like with the 4 categories. Actually, it's 5. Yeah. So in this case, the security tab is open, and you get to look at the entries. Okay. Some editorial remarks. And this is the news section where you can access the newsletter, find out about upcoming events, read interviews, articles, and reviews that have been in the newsletter. They always publish there first and then go into this repository. Finally, there's a section on networks listing our partners and relevant organizations and networks. also by subject index. And that's all. So I'll just stop sharing now. How do I do that? Oh, hold on. Stop share. Okay, I got it. Okay, so that's just an overview of the website that we've been building, which is the culmination of quite a lot of work. And let me just emphasize that by launching this website, we've kind of emerged from a phase where we really kept our heads down and worked hard to get this together. And now we're reaching out to everyone in the audience who is interested, and we'll be reaching out to the full audience during the General Assembly as well. And we'll be writing an email to all fellows, inviting you to join in if you have any expertise on these areas of existential threats, whether it's climate change or AI or whatever it might be. Have a look at the website. If you can see yourself contributing expertise to those areas and you think you could help us find the best material for our information hub, that would be very helpful. Get in touch with us, please. We'd like to hear from you. The other thing is we'll have events. We hope to have interviews, webinars, and other events, and maybe also some foresight training available soon. So we'll be in touch with that. And the best way to find out about it is to subscribe to our newsletter. Okay. All right. Well, I'll hand over to Mike now, who's our research director and who has been the driving force behind the directory. Mike, over to you.
Okay, thank you. Can everybody hear me? Can you hear me okay?
Yes, Mike, I can hear
good.
you.
Okay.
Okay, hello to everybody. I have a prologue to what I want to say. 20 years ago, in 2005, I attended the WAAS General Assembly in Zagreb on knowledge futures, where I made a presentation that resulted in the future of human benefit knowledge, notes on a world brain for the 21st century. And this was published in the special issue of Futures in October 2007, edited by Walt Anderson, who was president at the time. And it cited Knowledge for What, published in 1938 by U.S. sociologist Robert Lind on the tendency of modern science to be atomistic. And it also was built on the 1936-37 lectures by H.G. Wells on a world brain. I also proposed annual top 10 book posts for each sector and prioritizing of issues and so forth. Well, nothing happened. My World Brain update was highly idealized and followed, I should note, by an equally idealized essay by Gary Jacobs on the dangerous knowledge and abolishing nuclear weapons. I never had any feedback in my article in Futures. Now, fast forward 18 years to WAAS set up a working group on existential threats and risks, and I was somehow fell into the role of being research director. So I started looking at the literature and how people look at existential threats and risks, which are somewhat different, but they also overlap in usage. And what we came up with instead is a small evidence-based and focused version of the world brain that's devoted to human benefit knowledge. And this may or may not work. We're still in the early phases. We have a lot of experimentation and changes and discussion as what's in and out because it requires selection. But instead of a vast world brain with lots of information, we try to boil it down into something that's meaningful. So on the top of all this, I came up with 10 key ideas related to existential threats and risks. And even that is a big mouthful, 10 at a time. So it's broken down in 3 categories. The first category is three obvious ideas, or what ought to be obvious. Second category is complications, and the third one has to do with action ideas. Now, the three obvious ideas. The first one is that existential threats and risks are growing. It isn't simply that they are there, but there are more of them, and well-informed people are getting more worried. I have several references on that, but perhaps the most notable that I like is the Global Risks Report of the World Economic Forum in Davos, which surveys more than 900 experts, ranks 33 risks over the next 2 and 10 years, and has a generally gloomy outlook. Most of you have probably also heard of the Doomsday Clock or the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists, and it's closer to midnight than it ever has been, but the notion of doomsday was initiated because of the fear of a nuclear war, which is still there. It's rising somewhat, in fact. But it's not necessarily doomsday for all of us, and as I will subsequently explain. However, that's the first idea, that they are growing. Second idea are the elephants in the room. I mean, some risks are greater than others. And traditionally, it's been the risk of nuclear warfare, which hasn't happened in 80 years and hopefully won't happen again, although there are worries on a number of fronts about uh, rising arsenals and better ways to deliver the weapons. But the second elephant in the room, obviously, is climate change, which is quite different. It's manifested in 5 different ways in which the increasing frequency and intensity of heat waves and storms and floods and drought and wildfires. Uh, the third elephant is artificial intelligence, and especially artificial general intelligence. For those of you who saw yesterday's session, or Jerry Glenn was taking a lead in warning this. And just yesterday, Jerry sent something to me where the administration of you know who in the White House is giving a green light to the development of artificial intelligence because we're in competition with China. And so the idea of guardrails, at least being promoted by the United States, is on the shelf, if even near the shelf at the moment. So, and then the fourth elephant that's kind of behind that won't necessarily manifest itself as a new pandemic, especially from a mutation of the H5N1 bird flu. So, the third basic key idea is what I call doom for whom, and to point out that there's inequitable risks both in space and time, that in a nuclear explosion, everybody's going to get zapped, but not everybody worldwide necessarily. But for climate change, is obviously it's those who most be affected will be women, children, poor countries, and poor people, outdoor workers, and the disabled. So also you have to consider the young people. The multi-decade lifespans of young people are threatened far more than the lifespans of our seniors. So the bottom line outlook from this is human extinction or a major global catastrophe is not inevitable or impossible. My position is a moderate one, somewhere between panic and poo-poo, tending towards the former over time. It is possible, extinction is possible over the next 15 years, most likely due to AGI without effective guardrails. Without major positive transformation, it is probable in the following 30 years, which is most likely due to climate tipping points, exceeding planetary boundaries, major wars, and or unbound AGI. So just have to think about this over time. Now, the next 4 key ideas are 4 complications. involved. First, that there's different terminology and definitions. There's all more or less about the same thing. The future-oriented terms are threats, risks, challenges, catastrophes, global shocks, and disruptions on the horizon. Present-oriented terms are polycrisis, global turbulence, which is the title of this conference, and a perfect storm, which is if you think we've seen a perfect storm now, what happens when things get much worse? So there's also, to complicate that, is that there's different definitions under each of these general labels. So arguably, fragmentation is the most appropriate terms for this situation. Okay, that's the fourth key idea. The fifth one is different timelines. Nuclear is quick and could be the total. Climate impacts are scattered, varied, and not total in large areas. So there's many negative impacts over the next few years from AI, and they won't necessarily be all together, but we aren't quite sure what yet, just that there's a potential. On to six key ideas. A complication is that there's different and changing probabilities. An October 2024 report on probabilities of nuclear catastrophe by 2024 had a median 5% probability among 120 experts. Climate change is certain, but the question is always how much and when and where and how soon. Tipping points appear likely, but a question of how soon. And then the key idea number 7 is that there's different remedies and different headwinds. There's many different actions that can be taken or are underway, notably accelerating the UN's 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Also, there are thousands of organizations promoting security and/or sustainability, and hundreds of reports advocating desirable and feasible action. For example, just 2 of them for my top 20, the Global Governance Innovation Report from the Stimson Center in June, and very notably the Global Assessment Report on Disaster Risk Reduction from the UN Office for Disaster Risk Reduction, which describes cost-effective remedies for the big 5 disasters, which are earthquakes, floods, storms, drought, and heat waves that account for more than 95% of direct losses. Many of these losses are preventable. Unfortunately, at the same time with many different remedies and some underway, there are many headwinds. Vested interests, right-wing autocratic governments, disinformation, rising costs, denial, infoglut, and immediate national concerns. Finally, there are 3 action orientations that I have. Number 8 is to combine existential threats and risks with positive trends and proposals such as the SDGs and human security for all. I think that you can sell the idea of human security even better if you point out the existential risks that you're trying to overcome. Number 9 for key ideas is to widen there are already many education programs worldwide and organizations trying to support it both in schools and colleges and universities. A couple dozen of them that we have listed in the Securities and Sustainability Guide. And they're focused on sustainability right now, perhaps the SDGs, but they ought to be able to approach them somehow and show how human security is a desirable ideal, and at the same time, the existential threats and risks that we have to reduce or mitigate, possibly eliminate in a few cases. Finally, is a key idea that there's going to be lifelong learning for needed transformations. We live in an ignorant society and world where our learning needs are outdistancing attainments. So transformation to greater sustainability and security over the next decades will require continued learning by all age groups and expanded horizons to understand and address ongoing and probably greater global turbulence. So in addition to adding extra to the SDGs and human security for all, Human security should be combined with national security. Each should be seen as a central part of the other, and idealism should be balanced with the realism promoted by extra.
Mm.
Finally,
Please come to
just one
close
quick
because we're
comment.
running out of time. Yeah.
What? Am I way over time?
Yes, I'm
Okay.
afraid you are.
Okay, well, I'll stick it in later.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Would you like to concluding remark, or
What?
would you like to make a concluding remark?
Well, the
Or
concluding remark is that 2 or 3 years ago, Netflix had an excellent documentary on life on this planet, six-part series going back to the dinosaurs, and it is produced by Steven Spielberg and narrated by Morgan Freeman. And at the end of the final category, there's maybe 5 or 6 minutes in which they showed modern life and the suggestion that Homo sapiens may be overrunning the planet, which is true. And then Morgan Friedman had a very interesting statement. He said, well, at least we're the first species that knows where we're headed, which in one sense is correct, and in the other sense is vastly simplistic, because together as a species, we don't know where we're at, and this is the problem: is to try to get some collective sense,
yeah,
and to take appropriate actions to
actually,
save
Mark,
us in the next century.
that speaks exactly to a comment that was just in the
What?
chat from. There was just a comment in the chat from Alex Shenderov about where the extra concerns itself with the human mind and the nature or human nature, and definitely that is very, very, very important to consider. You know, what are the underlying causes of human behavior, and the what are the reasons why we are not properly addressing some of the threats that we face, even though we have the technological means to do so. And that is a discussion we cannot have today, but yes, we are interested in that, and we'd like to have perhaps a webinar on that specific topic, where we have more time to go deeply into these questions. But I'll hand over now to Lorenzo. If you'll just unmute yourself, Lorenzo, and Lorenzo will be talking about the newsletter, the ways in which we hope to keep you updated and keep the website constantly updated as an info hub should be. Lorenzo.
Thank you very much, Thomas. First of all, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all the participants. Thank you very much for joining us today. I'll try to keep myself brief to the 8 minutes before giving space to Artwin. I'll be fully honest with you. We are establishing a certain work stream to operate with the newsletter, in which we will invite you, and we will like to see feedback and collaboration, and so many good comments as the ones that we saw in the chat box. Because at the moment there are 3 different stages in the elaboration of the newsletter, and even in the elaboration of the directory in the future, as this is a very lean working group of reduced manpower. Therefore, although we understand the reservations regarding artificial intelligence, we are still using it with full human supervision. The newsletter is partially assisted with artificial intelligence, such as certain elements of the directory. There are 3 stages in which we are now: the gathering of information, the creating of that information, and then the writing that information. With the gathering of it, we use Google Alerts as a system after establishing a certain type of keywords that are of interest to us based on the different manifestations of existential risk and threats that we have identified. Then we use other artificial intelligence tools, or at least I use them, that allow you to work as a search engine, such as Perplexity artificial intelligence, and specific custom GPTs. And then another important part of that gathering of information will be to do an open call, a recruitment of collaborators among WAAS fellows, junior fellows, and everyone that could be interested in become a brain cell of this whole effort and sending us any news article, report, or any potential source of information or event that they may deem meaningful for this enterprise. So that would be the gathering of information. It will require a lot of human criteria. It's not that we're fully automatizing it, but precisely because we are a very small working group, we do need certain support of the available tools. Then we have the creating of information, in which Thomas is actively participating in the newsletter regard, and in the directory, Mike Marion remains as the main collaborator contributor in that sense. Then we would like to establish in the future the possibility of thematic clusters of certain group of experts that act as resident consultants regarding certain reports, certain news articles, because we recognize that it's very difficult to become an expert on something, and you need a full trajectory of your whole life to be considered yourself an expert in food security or nuclear threats. Therefore, we would like to take advantage of that and request comments from people that have a full lifetime, particularly on that. Ideally, it would be great to have two senior WAS fellows, or maybe one WAS fellow, another one or one person external from WAS, and then one junior fellow to try to keep that cluster, that thematic team, intergenerational. Because of course that the age difference and also the difference in stages of your career will create discrepancies in the perspectives of everyone. And then the writing or diagram of information in the newsletter and in the directory depends on Mike Marion, Thomas, me, and probably certain assistants with other tools such as Google LLM Artificial Intelligence Studio, just to go through all the amount of raw content that we need to filter, edit, and then go through and try to pinpoint the most important parts so we can later on share it with you in the upcoming versions of the directory and the monthly versions or bi-monthly versions of the newsletter. But that's pretty much the process, the work stream, the workflow, and our invitation for you to connect with us and please assist us with the gathering of information and even with the curating of that information, because it's a lot to handle. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Lorenzo. And I'd just like to point out that also in this initial phase, we've been driving the information gathering, but in the next phase, we hope that once we've contacted all the relevant organizations, that they will push information to us. So there will be a stream of information coming to us, and we don't want to compete with existing services, but we want to really provide a platform to host information, to advertise information from all the main providers. It's, I think, really the role of the World Academy to be a facilitator in information flows in networking. Okay, I'm handing over now to Ortwin, who will talk to us about polycrisis, about the interwoven crisis that we now face. It's not just different silos, different categories, but it's a systemic problem. Ortwin, over to you.
Well, thank you very much, Thomas, and I'm very glad also to be associated with this group here, and I learned a lot about what they had discussed in the past. What I would like to contribute is a publication that has just been published a few weeks ago, and I put it in the chat, in which Huan Liu and myself, Huan Liu is a professor for disaster management at Kyoto University, and I was there for 3 months as a visiting professor, and we both try to make a summary of what it means to be confronted with polycrisis and systemic risks. And I would like to make it crisp. We had identified 5 major elements or properties of polycrisis or systemic risks leading to polycrisis. And I'd like to mention those because I think they're quite crucial for understanding the nature of polycrisis. So the first one is complexity, and I'll go a little deeper into those ones when I have listed all of them. First one is complexity. The second one is intersectoral connectiveness. The third one is system exceeding consequences. The fourth one is deep uncertainty. And the fifth one is nonlinearity with tipping points. Now, let me go a little deeper into each of them. Complexity, I mean, was a word that has been very fashionable, but what we really mean is that we have a lot of intervening variables between causes and effects that make it almost impossible to have really good predictive models. So what we can do basically is to say either, after the fact what happens, we can try to model the most important influential factors and triggers. Well, we should be aware that we cannot have a clear picture of everything, and that there are a lot of connections that we will probably miss. And that, of course, makes it very difficult for scientists to become credible in the discourse. That's one thing. And secondly, it makes it also difficult for politicians because they're not quite sure what to believe and not to believe. And the demarcation lines between fake news and probable news and certain news is not easy to draw. The second point, I think even refers more to issue of crisis management, is that crises now trespass the system in which they are embedded. It means that we cannot govern risks anymore in silos. And so most of the risks or big crises that we face are crises that really affect many different areas. So, for example, the pandemics that we faced, had a clear health issue, and that was the original one. But it also had an issue on businesses, and we had a lot of bankruptcies. It had a lot of implications for education. A lot of kids didn't learn anything. It had a lot of implications for private violence and for in isolation of people. So we could go on and on and on. And what really was a problem is that the various agencies or ministries only deal with one at a time. So they were looking at the health issues with the health ministry, and then the education minister said, well, wait a minute. I mean, well, we cannot close all the schools. And then the economic ministry said, well, we can't get all our restaurants out of business. So suddenly we had a cacophony of different voices, and there was no real, say, a governance structure to set the right trade-offs to deal with competing values. The third one is that these consequences of different single crises may be triggers of secondary and tertiary crisis. And we very often call this cascading effects, or sometimes they're infecting or contagious effects. And that's something that makes it very difficult for its risk assessment, because what we can see is that, let's say, the crisis is being triggered and the consequences triggers the next crisis. And that triggers the third and fourth and fifth, and they're not causally related. But the impacts have, again, an impact on other various dimensions that we value. And that's quite a problematic issue, because very often we have very good models, being in one silo, but we don't have ones which tells us about these cascading effects between and among different activities. The fourth one is deep uncertainty, and deep uncertainty basically means that our probabilistic assessments are very often weak. And one of the things I think was also mentioned in the chat already, if everything is connected, small things can make a big difference, because there are millions of small things that can happen in largely connected systems. If we have a very isolated system, very unlikely systems are unlikely, and we need probability theory to prioritize action. But if everything is connected, we have 1 million events with a probability of 1/1,000,000 that may have an impact. And that means one of them will happen, or very likely to happen, but we don't know which. So there are millions of black swans, but we don't know which one will happen. And that makes it very difficult in terms of assessment, because we cannot just say, okay, we take 2 or 3 standard deviations of our Poisson distribution, but we need to get into the tails, and then it gets very complex and sophisticated. But we are bound to do that, because otherwise we miss the millions of black swans that are out there to bother us. And the last thing is nonlinearity with tipping points. And that's an interesting point. I mean, I think we're used now to nonlinear relationships. It's against our intuition to make communication extremely difficult. And we know a lot of experiments in which we can see that people's perception really is basically linear. And then, if they face nonlinear kind of relationships, they're really perplexed. Tipping point is even worse because basically our learning is has its foundation on trial and error. So if we go to school, we get a bad grade, a good grade, that means we work more or less. The economy is based on trial and error. We have a product that doesn't sell, we go bankrupt, and then we have another one. If we have a causal relationship with tipping points, everything works fine until we reach the tipping point, and then it's too late. And that, of course, is very much true for a climate change phenomena. And so the problem basically is that you get positive feedback, and so you do the same thing. And until you reach that specific point, it's very often we don't know the tipping point, and then we exceed it, and then, of course, it becomes extremely expensive or even impossible to go back to the original state. And that means we have to anticipate something before we actually feel the consequences. And we can see that in pharmacology, we had that people, we know a little bit of a high probability of, let's say, getting a breast cancer, and you do something in advance before we have any pain and before we have any visibility of a tumor. That's extremely difficult. And it's also ethically a very difficult question. But nevertheless, if we think we have these kind of existential risks with tipping points, we have to do something before the tipping point is reached. And that is extremely difficult to communicate. It's very difficult to get resources for that. And it's also difficult to convince people that that's necessary. So in line, what we're really facing are these 5 very difficult properties of the systemic risk of polycrisis: complexity, intersectoral interconnectedness, system exceeding consequences through contagious effects and cascading effects, deep uncertainty with all its implications, and nonlinearity with tipping points. And I think those are the kind of properties that we would like to explore more quantitatively and qualitatively to get a better idea of how to assess these existential risks, but also better management and governance structures. Thank you very much.
Fantastic, Otwin. That's a great overview of the complexity, of course, of the business of predicting the future, which is impossible. But there is such a thing as foresight, and there's good and bad ways of going about it, and none better than David Harris, who's a member of Extra, our next speaker, to speak about that, because David is a foresight expert. And I hand over to him, and perhaps he can also address some of the questions in the chat about, what can we predict? How can we go about reducing, building scenarios, understanding what could happen, understanding also the uncertainties. But I'll leave it to you, David. Over to you.
Apologies, everybody. Let me start then. When I really enjoyed your presentation. I don't know that you can see this, but here's one of my textbooks. I love the cover. Strategic Foresight, Learning from the Future.
I see, yeah.
Hey, the pencil and the bottle opener. How many times have we had a problem doing something we thought we knew how to do?
Yeah.
About 50 years ago, I left the Flat Earth Society because I knew that I had to be able to find some way to think or to look over the horizon. Even with our telescopes and binoculars, unless you get on high ground, unless you have a mindset for looking over. But let me share my screen for a very brief presentation here. Some games with the title. Can you all see this?
No, can't see anything.
Oh, heck.
You got to select the frame, press share, and then select the frame of the program you want to use.
I did. Zoom.
Okay.
Share. Share.
Okay, here we go.
Okay. So in my mindset, Extra is a very excellent tool for human security foresight. Human security, another one of the activities I've been involved in for decades. Zortwin and others have pointed out we're in a turbulent, probably underestimates it. The future, good and bad, is arriving faster and faster. We hear the word acceleration again and again. The present welcomes more and more new history, a messy combination of what is being exposed from the past and added to existing records, many of which we're familiar with. And there's a lot of contradictions there, especially now that we're more or less at the mercy of artificial intelligence. And competence and control is less and less what is demanded now, and that is what likely to be sufficient, acceptably, in the future, to do in time what is needed, let alone what is wanted. And I'm trying to be kind here. It's not about incompetence, because for me, incompetence is something that is personally caused. It's incompetence. We just aren't up to what is transpiring. Remember back in the 20th century, everybody, business schools, businesses talked about SWOT. The way you looked at a issue or a problem, you talked about strengths, then you looked at weaknesses, but those were our strengths and our weaknesses, and then opportunities and threats. And what this context compression of the 21st century has done is turned it around. And one of the reasons that I think Extra has immense value, got to look at the threats and risks first, and then the opportunities, because never wasting a good crisis means that you have to take the opportunities that all this turbulence provides. Weaknesses, if we look at the threats and the opportunities, our weaknesses, and the weaknesses of the system will become evident. And of course, strengths, hopefully, with all that we have to do, there's a number of strengths we think still are eligible, relevant, serious, but we can set them aside because we have so much to do. Strategic foresight. Yes, prediction. Yes, forecasting, but only out to a point. And we have to get ahead of the points at which prediction and forecasting are effective. The other thing that has always bothered me, I know my panelists know, but others watching may not, that I spent 35 years in the military. And one of the things about a strategy was you had to get well into the mind of the enemy and what the enemy was thinking of doing. And strategic foresight provides the opportunity, it's a choice, the opportunity to identify and articulate. And of course, if you can't articulate what future context is, then people are not going to buy in. And the strategy is a plan of action. But of course, the action that is needed today, and the action that is needed tomorrow, and the action that is needed in 2026 and whenever will be different, which is, in my view, a reason for doing strategic foresight as a routine activity. From my work with the military, with business, with diplomats, and maybe most often with civil military relations events, here are a set of foresights. I won't read them all, but for thoughtful decision makers, in my experience, these have all been borne out. It provides a number of strengths to be able to be more prepared for what is going to happen soon, next, or after next. One of the best papers I ever read comes from, I think, the 1960s, even before internet, social media, worries about climate change, and it was the military after next. And the person was purely, truly prescient. I'm going to leave that, and now I'm going to go to a very short video that was used for 4 or 5 years in the 2010s as part of my work with Aboriginal people throughout Canada. Focused on...
David, sorry to interrupt. Vani, can I just ask, can we go overtime for a few minutes? Is that all right?
Yeah, it's okay. We have like 10 minutes break. We can go over time.
Okay, thank you, David. Go ahead.
Okay. Can you see this?
One of the great ways of communicating is to tell somebody a story of what happened to you yesterday, maybe of the lessons that you learned yesterday, and to tell stories about today, what you're going to do today, and what you hope transpires. We don't know what the future is going to hold. So one of the great
David,
ways
we can hear, but we can't see the video.
Tell stories about what the future is.
Sorry, just a minute.
We do that together.
You got to go back to share and select the frame, whatever it is, the browser or YouTube, whatever you're using for the video.
Okay.
Reliable setting, and enjoy stories about what we hope the future will bring. The future right now is all fiction. We do not know what will happen, but something will happen. And if we use our imagination, and if together we open up with stories, we will see patterns, see signals.
Okay. Press share again and select the other.
Okay.
They're more likely to happen. Foresight recognizes that the future is inherently uncertain and stories. One of the great ways of communicating is to tell somebody a story of what happened to you yesterday, maybe of the lessons that you learned yesterday, and to tell stories about today, what you're going to do today, and what you hope transpires. We don't know what the future is going to hold. So one of the great ways of thinking about the future is to tell stories about what the future might hold. And if we do that together, we're sort of setting ourselves apart from all the daily concerns and urgencies in a non-liable setting, and enjoying telling stories about what we hope the future will bring. The future right now is all fiction. We do not know what will happen, but something will happen. And if we use our imagination, and if together we open up with stories, we will see patterns, and we will see signals, and we will see indicators of things that are more likely to happen. Foresight recognizes that the future is inherently uncertain and unpredictable, and therefore it can't be forecast and it can't be predicted, but it must be prepared for. The main goal of foresight is insights that you can use today to better prepare for and shape the future. Be brave enough to open up. Be brave enough to tell stories that you might not tell in normal daily circumstances. Be open enough with your fellow participants to let your biases and your assumptions and your interests, to put them on the table. Because if you do that, they are more likely to do that. And the more often and the more thoroughly everyone's biases, interests, and assumptions are put on the table, the better the foresight exercise will be.
Thank you.
Thank you, David. Very good point there. I think that foresight is a collective exercise because none of us can make the future on their own, and it's the conversation about the future that gives us a handle on it, that we have among each other. But I'd like to now open the floor to some questions. If anyone would like to contribute, we had some amazing comments in the chat. If you just raise your hand. And particularly, it's a lot of comments from David Wood, Paul, also Paul Werbers. Any of you would like to comment, would be most welcome. No, I haven't got any takers.
Well, thank you. I think I am given the mic. I think this was a great session. I want to congratulate you, Thomas, and the team. My question is, to what extent will quantitative analysis come out of this that might direct all of us to focus on some of these risks more than others? Obviously, we want to cast the net reasonably wide, but perhaps there will be some analysis that says, you know what, this emerging risk has been under-researched and deserves a heck of a lot more of attention than is already being given to it.
Yeah, I don't think we have the capacity in-house to do that analysis, but we can bring people in who have the expertise. And at the moment, we are a small group, and we deliberately kind of shrunk ourselves. We were quite a lot bigger, and we shrunk ourselves in order to get agreement, make it easier to take action on the website and so on. But now we want to bring in the people who have that capacity, people who have maybe were in leading positions in organizations. So we want to grow a network. Quantitative analysis is, of course, these are, expensive research projects you're talking about. For that, we would need funding or people who have the funding already. I think there's quite a lot of organizations out there, NGOs and so on, and UN bodies and so on, who are doing that analysis. But there's just so much of it. It's very hard to see the big picture, and that's really where we want to come in. Okay. Oh, Michael, you wanted to say something? Just go ahead. Or unmute yourself.
This is Paul. Thank you very much.
Oh, Paul. Okay.
The biggest problem you face is how to manage this incredible complexity. And I just had one small thought, which does not represent the whole complexity. But there are many discussions which say that the conflicts tearing apart humanity are based in part on the need for a more integrative worldview, combining everything from real mathematics to first-person experiences. I was delighted to hear Harry's mention of Aboriginal people, because I believe the kind of people I have met in the Yukon and Alaska represent a depth of the human mind which really needs to be integrated together with the other things, from everything from our religions to our mathematics. And I think the more ancient cultures from these people, like what I've seen in Alaska and the Yukon, is a crucial element in the kind of integration we really need to be working on as one big part of our survival.
Yes, I completely agree, Paul. I think the fundamental problems we have are ethical, moral problems, and the sort of, perhaps it has something to do with the way our lifestyles have changed from what we were used to for millions of years living as hunter-gatherers, early agriculturists in small communities, and the kind of rapid growth of world population, the complexity that we our lives that we face in our daily lives, the alienation, all that has changed the way we relate to each other. It's kind of detached us from our moral moorings, and I think that's a major problem. My work is on food security and food system threats, and I think for me the key problem is, and I'll be on a panel later tonight in a few hours, is the collapse of moral economy. So there are deeper social and ethical issues that I think Lorenzo and David also wanted to say something. Over to you, maybe.
Behind me, you will see a very large stone cut done in 1962 by a person who became a friend of mine when I worked and lived in the Arctic, Pudlo Pudlat in Pond Inlet, Canada's Inuit Artist Construction Center. The loon speaks to the fish is the title, and it sort of sets my communications ideas in motion. The Inuit, Indigenous people, certainly in Canada, think about 7 generations. 7 generations. That is a very important mindset. They understand there will be, as Paul Werbos has said, incredible uncertainties. But if I may, if you can imagine an uncertainty, it is not incredible. It is something you can work with as a scenario for your analysis of the future. And as to sort of the quantitative aspect of it, yes, very, very specialized, very, very demanding. But as to priorities, we know right now what is of most concern to us. And if we share that and look forward either to how well we've prepared now or how well we might be able to prepare in the future, then I think we can get ahead of some of the quantitative challenges. Thank
The
you.
timing for this session is over. We'll have to start the next session.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Vani. I just wanted to say I've just put our email into the chat. If anybody wants to stay in touch, if you just quickly click on that before we close, and you can write to us and stay in touch, please. We'd really like to hear from you. Okay, we've been told to close the session. It was a pleasure. Thank you, everyone, the speakers and our audience, and thank you for the questions. We hope to stay in touch. All the best. Thank you.
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, all. Let me know when it's a good time to start.
We're waiting for a few panelists, man. We'll wait for a couple of minutes.
Hi, Phoebe.
Hello, Gary. How are you?
Oh, fine. Certainly, we put you to work. Thanks a lot for tremendous contributions you're making.
I think the conference is truly interesting, and the way it is communicated is also very impactful. So many congratulations to you and the back office and the whole team that is putting this together.
Well, sessions have been really good. Really
Yeah, I agree.
This should
Hello both. Hello everyone. Gary, what a surprise to bump into you here. It's good to see you again. Hello,
Likewise.
Phoebe.
Hello,
It's
hi.
nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Okay.
Hello, Gary. Hello, Phoebe. This is Azita.
Hi, Azita. After a long time, nice to hear
After a
you.
long time, yes, indeed.
Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you.
I'm just waiting the go ahead from the back office team, and then we can start.
We are expecting Randall Wright, and even a longer time since Randall joined us about 10 years ago. This is really his.
Hello, good afternoon, Mania.
Boris, how are you?
The rest, many greetings.
Congratulations, welcome.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's an honor and a pleasure as well. Thank you.
I was wondering whether it is announceable at this session or we had to wait until the end of the conference.
The moderator has the authority to decide. It's official. You can make it
official. Great.
Yeah. Randall, nice to see you. I think it's almost 10 years since the last time, but really glad you could make it.
Seems like a long time.
Yeah.
We can start the session. Everyone is here.
I think
So
you have group.
So we can start, right?
We don't see it. We don't see you.
Okay, so this is a session on strategies to address job security and economic inequality. And of course, I think we all agree that human security forms the bedrock of peaceful and stable societies. And if we wanted to break down human security, usually we do so following UN recommendations to economic security, that is freedom from poverty and access to sustainable livelihoods, which again is a function of the ability to be employed, to be in the labor force of your country and your region. The second element of human security is food security, that is access to sufficient, safe, and nutritious food. Again, a function of income, which is a function of employment. Health security, access to healthcare, protection from disease outbreaks, and overall well-being, again, a function of employment. And social security contributions, where partly healthcare or fully is provided by the public sector or a combination of public and private sector. The fourth element of human security is environmental security, that is protection from environmental degradation, pollution, natural disasters. And if it's taken as an insurance or if it's taken as privately bought and paid, or if it's guaranteed through tax contributions, again, environmental security is a function of employment and income raised through employment. Personal security, protection for violence, crime, and physical harm. Again, these are usually social provisions that are supported by social welfare, that is supported mostly by taxes that create fiscal spaces for investments in these areas, and again, a function of employment. Community security, protection from ethnic tensions, violence, loss of traditional cultures and values, and political security, civil rights and political rights, protection, freedom from political oppression, access to justice. Again, we are talking about public institutions that are supported through contributions from employees' income through taxes. So the way we define human security, and some of us might have added additional elements to this already holistic enough presentation of the 7 different aspects of human security. It's a provision, it's a characteristic, it's an element of our life, a very crucial element of our life that is financed by mostly public finance, but also private finance. And all of these are directly or indirectly related to employment. So our session today will try to understand what are the risks and challenges with regards to employment and SDG, the Sustainable Development Goal 8, in our times? How can we ensure equitable income distribution, reducing inequality through full and productive employment? And there are different elements to this. My research group, which we call ourselves Alliance of Excellence for Research and Innovation on IFORIA, has launched a study that showcases that the sustainability transition that we need to engage with in order to protect human security, all these 7 different aspects of human security, is a transition that has major impacts on the required skills and occupations of the labor force. Our study showed that 85% of the skills and occupations that are needed in Europe in order to implement the European Green Deal, which is the transposition, the European transposition of the Sustainable Development Goals into a policy framework, 85% of the skills and occupations are currently not in the labor market of Europe. And further studies where we try to extend this research before Europe showcase that the percentage of missing skills and occupations for the green and digital transition is even bigger beyond Europe. The other element that is also crucial, at least in my mind, is the fact that we know that we are facing increasing populations in some areas, and that research demonstrates that social, economic, political, and environmental costs of unemployment, and especially unemployment of the young in these areas where population is increasing, outweigh the cost of generating sufficient employment opportunities. And in other areas of the world, like in all OECD countries, we know that we are facing aging populations that threaten the very engine of economic growth and poses challenges to living standards and social cohesion, and actually point to shortages of workers. So in these countries, we are facing shortages, not of jobs, but of workers. So these are the issues that I think are big challenges. And I want to move to our panelists and ask, starting with Grigoris Zarotiadis, Professor of Economics at the Aristotelian University of Thessaloniki. And just voted as a new member of the World Academy of Arts and Science with a very rich CV, and hence his membership in our academy. We are very thrilled about this result. I wanted to give Grigoris the floor and ask how realistic he thinks a reduction in working hours, how realistic this possible measure is in different places that is being discussed, and how it can be imposed given internationalized competition. Grigori, the floor is yours.
Special thanks, Phoebe, and special thanks for the extremely honoring allowance to be member of WAAS, and I'm looking forward to contribute with all of you to the future steps and initiatives of the Academy. The question is actually pointing exactly to the center of the question, for my understanding at least, and allow me to present, if it's possible. I prepared only 4 different slides just to help myself contribute to the discussion in a short as possible duration. So I will not move into the presentation mode, just going around the slides in that way, and I think that in that way it's more easy to be shown to you. Before we go to the feasibility question of the decrease of the necessary decrease in working time, let us see why this is a necessary step. And just put some figures in the first slide, trying to argue that there is a strong technology advancement, as we all know, which, however, has a very strong effect also in labor productivity. There are 3 main ways in approaching labor productivity: aggregate labor productivity, real GDP per labor hours worked. And we can see that this, since the Second World War, in the most modest estimation, is more than 5 times higher in our times. Total factor productivity, it's different way to approach it, as the real GDP produced per aggregate input, including capital input as well, is almost doubled in the same period. And also the third, for me, the most general, but also the most obvious way to understand it, is the fact that the GDP per capita in PPP measured is more than 4 times what we used to have in the 60s. Additionally, we can put in our discussion the argument that not only the actual appearing productivity has grown substantially in the last decades, but also the potential productivity is even stronger, rising above the actual productivity measures. It is because of an increase in the velocity of technical change, which has not been yet introduced in the productive activities, but also due to the deepening of socioeconomic deficiencies, which hold us back from the possibility to adapt and to utilize the technological advancements. Now, at the same time, this was one picture, the one point of view, the one side of the argumentation, but on the same time, we have the reality in working conditions and labor relations, which is completely different. We have more than a century since the generalization of the 8 hours day and 40 hours week. Instead of discussing, the discussion is already in place, but instead of moving towards a lowering of working time, we have the opposite development. We have an indirect increase of average daily and weekly working duration. And also we have a strong intensification of labor. And the funny thing is that this is partly happening through the exploitation of new technology, which should be actually the opposite. I mean, the exploitation of new technology should go towards the lowering of working load. And at the same time, we are witnessing the fact that average real wages are stagnating, and even more, especially in the European Union space, if we measure it as a ratio of GDP per capita, are decreasing in the last decades. Having in mind these two pictures, that on the one hand, productivity is strongly and exponentially rising, and on the other, the intensity of or the intensification of workload is being strengthened, and also at the same time, we are lagging behind with respect to the need of lowering working time. I think that a response to the question that you said about human security in the general sense, in your introductory words, should be to move towards the sufficient reduction of working time along with justifiable increase of real wages. And this is not only a matter of an ethical meant justice, it is also a matter of economic efficiency, in the sense that if we do not succeed to redistribute the technological surplus and the oligopoly super profits, then we will not be able to counteract the trap of overproduction, which, according to my understanding, is what's happening in the world markets today. At the same time, moving into this direction is a necessity for socio-political balance and also for global human security, in the sense that you introduced it in your words in the beginning. Now, moving on directly to the question that you raised, I think that it is truly not so easy today compared to the situation 1 century ago to go into a generalization of reduction of working time, simply because there is the first movement problem. I mean, there is, because of the intensified globalization and competition in global markets, those who will react first and go into a reduction of working time will suffer from, at least in the beginning, from sufficient lack of competitiveness. Therefore, the only possibility to go into a historically well-justified and economically very needed reduction of working time is to do it in a combined way globally, or at least within the areas where economic collaboration is stronger and can make these things possible, like, for instance, the European Union. At the same time, I think that it is a possibility to move into such a big structural change by starting from the industries and from the branches of the economy where the concentration of capital, the existence of big production units is present, and there this can be applied in an easier way and in a more efficient way. So just to finalize my contribution in that sense, I think that we live in a period where social and technological evolution precedes the institutional and political ones. We live in a period where objective historical developments meet subjective social choice and vice versa. So we have to make a social choice. And in that sense, moving into the direction that I propose, I think it is helping us to understand that either we shape history or we suffer the lack of progress. I hope that we will do the first. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Grigoris. And it's always at the back of my mind whether we have the capacity to synchronize with the continuous and increasing pace of technological advancement and other advancements, not just AI, not just new technologies in terms of renewables and circular economy and digitalization, but each and every aspect of our job description is being constantly updated and upgraded at a pace that I am wondering whether we have the capacity to keep up with, we as humans, whether we have the capacity to upskill and reskill at that pace mentally, but also whether we have the investment capacity in terms of time and money to do that. It's a synchronization challenge, and not only that, at least. Do you see?
If you allow me,
Mhm.
yeah, I completely agree. And it was always a problem to be synchronized in socioeconomic terms with the technological advancements. In our days, this is even more difficult because the velocity of technological development is rising exponentially. And I mean, what I'm oftenly saying is that previously it was the case that a technological generation was lasting much more than one or two biological generations. Today is completely the opposite, and this
Exactly.
makes things even more difficult.
Exactly. Thank you very much, Grigoris. Our next speaker is Randall Ray, Professor of Economics at Pratt College and Senior Scholar at Level Economics Institute. A very rich CV, and I'm sure we can all find that CV on the website, but we are all impatiently waiting to hear his view about the questions that have been raised in this session. And in particular, a question that I find very intriguing: can a nation really afford to provide a good job to everyone who wants to work? Randall, the floor is yours.
Okay. I'm also going to share.
Of course.
And what I'm going to do before I answer that question is very quickly go through an overview of what the Job Guarantee Program is. And really, I'm addressing many of the same questions that we just went through. This paper began right after a 2017 report by the ILO. And it examined rising joblessness around the world in the context of relatively good growth. This is before COVID, obviously. So the problem was that we're not creating enough jobs. There are short-run reasons for this and long-run reasons. In the short run, recessions, slow growth, downturns, and inappropriate policies can generate unemployment. In the long run, what we have is demand gaps, structural unemployment, and jobless growth, which was the subject of that ILO report. We know that the costs of unemployment are very large. I'm an economist. We usually look at the lost output as one of those costs, but the social costs are even larger than the economic costs. The benefits of full employment. Again, economists will focus on the goods and services that can be produced, but there are many other positive benefits of sustained full employment, including on-the-job training. This is one answer to the question of skills development and poverty alleviation, community building, and so on. And we know from the work of Sen, there are multipliers, there are positive feedbacks that reinforce so that the total is greater than the sum of the parts. Okay, what is a job guarantee? It's an alternative to what Marx called the reserve army of the unemployed. It is an employed buffer stock of labor. What we advocate is a public job at a base wage, which should be a living wage. At least that's what we should work toward. It maintains continuous full employment. It resolves both the short-term and long-term unemployment problems. Obviously, it doesn't replace all labor force programs. We will still need other things such as skills training for particular kinds of work. It provides an inbuilt inflation control mechanism. It can ensure full employment with price stability. Spending on the program is countercyclically automatically. Government spending on the program will go up when the private sector downsizes. It will go down as the private sector recovers. It ensures that people can continue to work even in recessions, so it helps to stabilize wage income and thus consumption. It provides a framework to reduce hiring costs for the private sector because the private sector can always recruit out of the job guarantee program when the private sector is growing, and it can provide on-the-job training. The traditional economic response to unemployment is to try to grow the economy faster. But what we've seen since the 1960s is that growth by itself is not an appropriate goal. It doesn't create enough jobs. I know in the case of the United States that economic booms actually increase inequality. In the 60s, we used to say a rising tide raises all boats. It does not. It increases inequality. It can harm the environment, and it can create instability. So full employment with a job guarantee promotes shared prosperity. We can purposely aim at environmental sustainability, and we can get growth with price and currency stability. So back in 2019, we did a simulation using the FAIR model, and we assumed a $15 an hour wage in the program. Today, it would be higher than that. Medicare for all, childcare, paid vacation, parental leave, and so on. And I won't go through the kinds of jobs that we simulated. The projects would be put forward by communities and be evaluated on the basis of the value to the community, to the participants, the likelihood of success, and the contribution to preparing workers for non-program employment. A key point is that it takes workers as they are. It doesn't say, go get an education first, then we will hire you. You take them as they are, where they are, so the jobs are created in every community. The main findings using the FAIR model with a 2-year phase-in were that, again, this is before COVID, before the deep recession, the job guarantee employment would have peaked in the United States at 15 million people. It would have generated an additional 4 million jobs in the private sector. We found that about 5 million workers would come out of all three of the main categories, from the unemployed, from the already employed, because some firms would shut down if they had to compete with $15 an hour, and from out of the labor force. The boost to the real GDP is almost $500 billion. Everyone is always worried about inflation. What would happen if you had full employment? Wouldn't it cause inflation? No, actually it does not. The peak inflation increase was 0.74 percentage points. And by the end of the period that we analyzed, it would have been insignificant. Federal government spending does increase on the program, but tax revenue also goes up. So what we found was that the budget deficit would increase by about $400 billion a year, or about 1.5% of GDP. State budgets would actually improve because higher employment leads to greater tax revenue at the state level. And we did not take into account all of the estimated cost savings that would come from full employment, lower welfare spending, less crime, less spending on prisons, and so on. So we didn't take that into account. I think that once you take all of that into account, Phil Harvey estimates that actually the net cost to the federal government would be zero. Okay, and let me just conclude with my favorite quote from Keynes. The conservative belief there's some law of nature which prevents people from being employed, that it's rash to employ people, is the sort of thing which no man could believe who had not had his head filled with nonsense for years and years. With that, I will quit. And rather than asking, can we afford the program? The question should be, can we afford not to have full employment. The costs of not having full employment are much greater than the costs of having full employment. And I'm happy to go into why governments with sovereign currency can always afford to employ their own population. With that, I will quit. And I think.
Thank you so much.
I think I've forgotten how to stop. Oh, there, stop share. It's been a while since I used Zoom.
So what about the countries that really cannot afford it, the developing country? Is it about depending on multilateral aid to actually create those conditions? Because on the arguments on full employment in countries that are developed, I would agree with you fully. What about countries that are yet to have the institutional robustness and the private sector structure that would provide that potential? How do we build that?
Yes. If a country issues its own currency, then it can always spend its own currency to hire unemployed resources. Now, there could be questions about whether that's going to have an impact on the exchange rate. So this is a big issue for developing countries, and I recognize that. What you need to do is try to minimize the impacts on your trade balance. And so, for example, in Argentina, during their crisis, they implemented a Jefes program, which we went down and studied. And one thing that they did was to put people in the program to work producing food. And this will reduce the imports of food. And they used in-kind payments in addition to actually very low wages, so that people were receiving benefits from the program not in the form of currency. So they could not increase purchases of imports. Instead, they were being supplied with output from Argentina. So I think that's one idea that helps to reduce the possible impacts on imports. And then just finally, one other thing that they do need to worry about. If you're providing wages in your domestic currency, then you also can afford to purchase domestic output, which could lead to inflation. So these are the two things you need to worry about: possible domestic inflation and possible impacts on your exchange rate because of imports. So what you want to do is to ensure that the jobs you're creating help to address those two issues. So import substitution, for example, is the classic recipe for developing countries.
Thank you so much. Very clear. Our next speaker is Azita Perar Awad, and I'm sure I'm not pronouncing the surname correctly, so excuse me for that. So Azita is chair of United Nations Research Institute for Social Development. She was former ILO senior director and director of policy at GLO, founder of the Global Policy Research Network on Youth Transitions, and so many other things. And I'm eager to ask her whether she thinks technology is determining the future of work. And also showcase that through the lens of her own expertise, as I will allow her to introduce her own expertise. Please.
Thank you, Phoebe, and greetings to co-panelists and to the audience. Thank you for having me on this panel. Actually, I have been director of the Employment Policy Department of ILO for not less than maybe 15, 20 years, more than that in the ILO, but precisely working with different governments in coming up with comprehensive employment policies to address full productive employment. And what I have heard from my other co-panelists really sound the bells that we have been hammering all along this period. In my presentation, I will address the questions that you have put forward on technological innovations. But before doing that, I want to point to some of the mystifying associations or assertions that we hear when we are discussing full and productive employment and generally the significant gaps that we have to achieve decent work. But we agree around this panel, but we have to recognize that, as you put it very nicely in the introductory part, Phoebe, that work, humanity is very far from reaching a point where we have put it's the end of work and we can progress and flourish without work. So work is an essential dimension of human security remains, but also of social identity, of social status. And also, as you said, it as a gateway opening up other dimensions of social security. The right to work is embedded in the Human Rights Covenant on Economic, Cultural, Social Rights. The objective of full and productive employment is international law in the ILO Convention 122 on employment policy, ratified by more than 150 countries. And the decent work has been added to full and productive employment as an objective of the SDG 8. However, a recent review that was done very recently shows not only the significant gaps in attaining this goal, which looks for many groups in the society as an illusion, but also the regression that has been happening in the last 10 years in terms of youth employment, women's employment, child labor, etc., across several indicators. But the erosion of decent work globally, to me, is symptomatic of broader global structural issues and interact in multiple ways with wars and conflicts, climate change, rise of populism, and retracting multilateralism. We don't have time to go to the full consideration and whys and hows, but what I wanted to debunk today on 4 ideas. First of all, I want to say that the opposite of full employment is not unemployment, but low quality jobs, informality, underemployment in the form of involuntary temporary employment, 0-hour contract, etc., that have become pervasive in labor markets across the world. And they are embedded in structural economic inequalities. So we cannot understand inequality in labor markets if we do not look in terms of inequality in access, youth, women, inequality in security conditions of work. 60% of the global workforce is still producing and working in conditions of the informal economy. Inequality of wages. Gregorius mentioned that in spite of the labor productivity growth, the wages are no longer indexed. And in fact, the labor share of the overall GDP has been steadily going down. So gains of technological innovations are not translating into higher wages and are not distributed fairly. Inequality in social protection, in voice and participation, if we take the global supply chains. And the statistics abound, I don't want to tire you. So for me, we should not put the emphasis on unemployment, but on low quality jobs that our economies are providing. The second point that I want to mark is that erosion of decent work is a systemic phenomenon of the neoliberal policy agenda. It is not externalities in one area vis-a-vis the others, but we have what we have seen, and there is now a major consensus amongst most economists. What we are seeing is a disconnect between growth and jobs. I think Randall also alluded to that. We see a disconnect between growth, jobs, and welfare. And we see that when there is policy, and the policy is really conceptualized across a vulnerable groups approach, how can we diminish, redress the negative impact of what's happening rather than redressing the core economic strategy that is producing these levels of inequality, insecurity, and vulnerability. The third point that I wanted to say, and that links to your question, are the new technological innovation, in particular AI, robotics, and digital technology in general, the main culprit? Is this really causing unemployment? And I want to say no, because we know that these are definitely destroying tasks, maybe not jobs, but tasks and jobs, but they are creating also other opportunities for jobs. Obviously, there is a short-term, long-term view on this. Jobs are being destroyed, not necessarily new jobs are affordable for those who are laid off. But however, this is a question of transition, which is we see in all technological innovations, but the pace may be faster. But I was last week at the AI Summit here in Geneva, a global AI summit, and the title is AI for Good. So we were putting the emphasis on AI for good opportunities. However, it was important to highlight the fear of losing control, the lack of the void of regulations, of governance. And if we look at the job, the digital labor platforms, the issue of algorithmic management that is creating a lot of havoc, the idea that we are creating a labor market voice of the regulations that have been over the years developed to regulate the labor market physically. So we are talking about virtual labor migration, we are talking about, and a complete void of governance, which are being obviously addressed. So the main worry there wasn't job destruction necessarily. That is a concern, I'm not saying, but it was more lack of ethics and lack of governance rules. The fourth idea that I wanted to emphasize is that employment policy is often pushed back on countries as a local issue. You should get it right. But it's not quite. Many national policies matter, and they can have a better design and better financing, but they are really constrained. They are shaped by the environment, the frameworks of international economic financial architecture. And I would like just to single out one example, and that is the debt trap. I don't know if you have followed the discussions on the financing for development in Sevilla conference that was taking place. It's amazing that 60 countries plus, and these are not necessarily or low-income countries, but middle-income countries, are struggling with debt servicing. Debt servicing is higher than the spending they are able to make in social infrastructure, in industrial policy, for employment generation, et cetera, et cetera. So, and the outcome of that conference, which is based on 2 years of preparatory process on ideas how we can finance transitions to environmental transition, green industrial development, as you have mentioned it also, but the outcome was very poor. And all those great ideas, there has been no commitment. So that is also where we are saying that the international framework and the resistance to change in a fairer and more inclusive environment is hampering employment policy, is hampering employment outcomes very locally. Fifth and last point, is there hope in all this? And I want to think that there is. We have to search hard to see what is happening. But remember, during the COVID and in the wake of COVID, we all were hopeful that humanity has realized the existential threat and we are back to a human-centered agenda, and therefore we are going to revalue the care economy, the essential workers, and the importance of full employment also as part of human security. However, that was short-lived, and we are back to trade wars, to more competition, to rising military expenditures, to diminished commitment to multilateralism and to solidarity, diminishing aid, and all that what we have seen. However, I really think that we are in a flux of moving to new paradigms. These don't happen overnight, but I think there are lots of social movements, think tanks that are coming up with innovative ideas for social engineering, and they are pushing them across it's not going to be easy. The resistance is there, but I really think that we have to have a political economy lens on the question of full employment, and the solution will come from that lens too.
Thank you very much. Very rich comments. Indeed, Seville was disappointing, but being there and participating in many sessions, one of the encouraging things, I could comment on many of the great things that you said by saying I agree. But let me just say that about Seville, because we have another very important speaker and we have 10 minutes. One message that was widespread, and it was quite common between the participants, is that US is important, multilateral aid from the US is important. We are going to continue working towards restructuring the global financial architecture with or without the US, but if the US was to come back, we would all welcome the coming back. So it was a good way to say that the rest of us are going to continue the efforts for that have been documented in the Summit of the Future and now in Seville conference, but we really need you, US, to come back towards leadership in this multilateral space. And it was good that this was not this was the reaction and not the opposite, that we don't need you, because we need very important countries like the US. But this is again a very long conversation. Our next speaker is Dalji Singh Gahel, fusion energy consultant at the International Atomic Energy Agency, with a very strong background in data engineering and plasma physics. And he is going to share with us ways that the macro, meso, and micro ecosystem can really enable the labor market towards more equality and more job security. And my question after your description would be, is there a recent example of mainstreaming economic ideas you can give that illustrate how it is done? Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Phoebe. That's kind, and I'm sure it'll stick out to people that my background is slightly different to everybody else's. But over my career, I've been involved with training and job development, both for individuals, but also teams of people across different companies, both in academia, in the civil service, and in an international context. And I sort of bump into the same problems over and over again, which is leading me to sort of this conversation we're having here. And it really connects the sort of small individual experiences people have to these bigger stories. So let me tell you a bit of a story. In 2013, I was head of data engineering at the UK Health Security Agency. So this is, if you check the weather, you see some tables, some graphs, we call it a dashboard. This is the kind of work that's involved. And as the agency was moving from an emergency response to a more business as usual approach, we needed to move from consultants to civil servants, and we needed to hire lots of people. And there was a problem of shortages of skilled workers that could hit the ground running, and a shortage of time to do lots of job training and development to take people that clearly have the potential and develop the teams that we want. So I initially thought, well, how did I do it? I did it. Why can't somebody else do it? I did a physics PhD, and in that I did research software engineering and applied statistics. It is not a scalable solution to go out in the world and say, get a physics PhD and learn how to write software, and then everybody will have a job and everything will be good. So why did I have this problem? When I talk to my peers and my colleagues, why do people have the same problems in terms of recruitment and job training? Well, in this case, in the UK public sector, the budgets have been tight for 10, 15 years. If you look at UK GDP in US dollars, it took 14 years for us to recover from the 2008 recession. So there are these big macro problems that kind of frame this issue. So briefly, is everybody broke? You look at the news, cost of living crisis, people can't afford rent, AI is taking your job. If you graduated, well, you graduated 5, 10 years too late. That's a problem you will solve somehow. But some people have money. The economy in Europe has been approximately flat for 10, 15 years, but people at the top 1%, they're getting richer. We have more billionaires than before. Approximate of $6.5 trillion has increased in billionaire wealth over 10 years. That's my country, the UK, and France's GDP put together. So there's money there. All of our activity is going somewhere. So if I briefly sort of get onto solutions, so I know we're sort of short on time, this brings back sort of my messages to what everybody else has been talking about today, and that's why it fits in. I have these problems, we have these problems, society has these problems, and we just need money to fix the problems. So at a macro level, I would say just tax everybody. We need a broad, deep tax base that gets the will and public support for taxation for all of the reasons that previous speakers have mentioned, so I won't go on. At a meso, at an intermediate scale, I'd say talk to people. One thing I've definitely learned in science, and especially working on clean energy solutions for climate change, the problem isn't always there isn't a solution. Sometimes the problem is just the solution isn't implemented. So we need to talk to each other. Conferences like this, conferences that people have mentioned in this panel, but also in different media outlets, newspapers, podcasts, reach as many people as possible. And unfortunately, the only advice at a micro level I have is be overqualified and ideally have started your career 10 years ago. Because when you look at the number of applications per grad job, it's 1 to 200 in the UK. And a lot of those jobs are being taken by people who lost their job during the pandemic and are picking a job at a lower level. So in more practical terms, these micro solutions don't work on a large scale. We have to work together to implement these large scale solutions. Thank you. And I think sorry Phoebe, you asked about examples of this. I'll try and do very briefly, as it's been exciting, so we're running out of time. In the UK news over the past few weeks, there's been a lot of conversation about a wealth tax, a very specific wealth tax of 2% of income over over 10 million pounds worth of wealth. So everything over that, you get taxed at 2% annually. and it's being called the Neil Kinnock wealth tax. Because he was Labour leader in the early 90s, really responsible for moving the Labour Party from the left to the centre and the mainstreaming of the party again. But when you look at the background of this idea, you've had people for a couple of years mentioning this policy over and over and over again. So before the general election, about a year before Neil Kinnock came out and publicly pushed this idea, you had the Green Party in the UK add this to their manifesto for the election. And in the preceding years before that, you had prominent economic activists such as Gary Stevenson of Gary's Economics YouTube channel. There's a whole background story to how he went from being a city trader to this sort of campaigning, that this engagement through different platforms is feeding into the political conversations and taking these solutions that all of the academics and academic body have developed the literature for, and developing the political environment where they could become implemented. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Leave your slide there. So your micro suggestion, this is an advice I always give to my children. Your meso suggestion, this is an advice I always give to my team, and it's a big research team of 250 professors and researchers. And at the macro level, tax everyone and tax the millionaires and billionaires. A wealth tax is something that I've been advocating throughout my career. So it pays to, know that between disciplines, we can agree through different thought pathways, but we can agree on the main things that need to be done. Thank you very much for attending, for providing your insightful comments, all the panelists in this session. And thank you to the audience for having the patience to listen to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Phoebe. Thank you to everybody. Thanks.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Wow. Wonderful. Thank you very much.
And if I may ask, Daljit, why did you cross the micro suggestion? Because that is what all the youth are being told. Be overqualified, speak 5 languages, study more.
Yeah,
And
unfortunately, we can't all be more qualified than everybody else, right?
Sorry to interrupt, but just, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, unfortunately, we can't all be more qualified than everybody else. So
Exactly.
some people are lucky, and everybody else has to find a real solution.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. We need to move to the next session. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Hi, John.
Good morning.
Good evening. All right. Thanks for doing it. Looking for this.
So if you're here, then I'm going to assume I'm where I'm supposed to be.
I hope so. I hope we're all in the right place.
I'm not in the right place, but everybody else is. Hi, Ivana.
Hello,
Dennis.
everyone. Hello, Gary. Nice to see you.
So we're waiting for Ishmael. I hope he's joined.
He sent a note earlier, so I believe he'll be here.
That's encouraging.
Indeed.
There.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me? Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
We can, loud and clear.
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. I'm sorry we're starting a little bit late, but not much, a few minutes. As you know, I've tried to send you a brief note. I would propose, simply stated, that I'll say between 3 to 4 minutes at the beginning to help frame the issue, but then I would pass by you and give each of you a maximum of 5 minutes in which to speak to any part of the broad topic that we are addressing today. And you know just how broad it is, both in terms of dealing with democracy and dealing with multilateralism. I would also hope that after that first round, I may perhaps add 1 or 2 questions, and then we go on the second round to give you a chance, having heard everybody else, to maybe add 2 minutes or so each person, and then we would end up with a little bit of discussion if we have enough time for that. So let me start out by saying that fundamentally, if we're talking about 2 general topics that were given to us, both the question of democracy and the slippage from democracy, I think that we have to address there about 3 major issues of why this is happening. One is the efforts to polarize and exclude the other. In many of the rich countries, migrants are being excluded systematically. But fundamentally, it is the fact that inclusion is very important if we're going to have a fundamentally functional democratic process. Secondly, the level of participation. There is much disenchantment with existing political parties about government and politicians generally and demand for change. So a charismatic populist who drives wedge issues can find a good response fairly easily. And there's also attractiveness for outsiders and those promising change. And related to that, of course, are the capabilities for people to participate. Amartya Sen has shown that many people, extremely poor people, unhealthy people, etc., have difficulty in exercising those rights that are guaranteed for them, but that they cannot really exercise them. And finally, the fact that we know we're living in a decision-making by an informed electorate is becoming more and more difficult, partly because of social media and conspiracy theories, partly because of deep fakes, partly because of general disenchantment and the absence of trusted sources to get the knowledge that the electorate should vote on. So how do we cope with that? I think that the experience of those countries that have been able to step back from the orientation towards authoritarianism shows that we need to identify corruption, because that's usually accompanying this concentration of wealth and power, and also select which issues to focus on. It can't be simply across the board. It has to be something where this has promises and deliveries that are possible. So this good selection of issues becomes important. And turning around the wedge issues, which the populists use, they identify the wedge issue and then keep driving it, but they don't really have a solution for it. So if there is a wedge issue, we should have to find good answers for it and present it. And that requires 2 major things: the media for transparency and ultimate accountability, and civic action at the grassroots, including such institutions as unions, universities, academia, etc. That's very briefly what I have to say about democracy. Of course, we can speak a lot more about that. But then if you look at multilateralism, well, I fear that we are returning to the 19th century vision of spheres of influence, where hegemons in particular parts of the world dictate what they want to dictate to the rest of the world and to themselves. President Lula recently responded to President Trump's interventions in Brazilian affairs by saying, while wearing a hat that says Brazil for Brazilians, as opposed to the MAGA hat, he said, you know, Mr. Trump has been elected president of the United States, but he has not been elected emperor of the world. And he's behaving as if he had a mandate to be emperor of the world and do whatever he wants. And I think, but Brazil is not, it's just a small country that can be pushed around, but we have seen this kind of action going on. But more important is the fact that this idea of return to spheres of influence, we have seen the Ukraine war and the dismissal by the major powers, specifically Russia and the United States, of by using their veto of the collective views of the international community as expressed by massive votes in the General Assembly. And also, if I may say, a normalization of violence and misery, and also until quite recently, the double standards of the West, including such things as how they reacted to what's happening in Gaza and other places. And then finally, that the Ukraine war has also pushed the Europeans to reconsider the issues of open trade and involving that we would have peaceful relations, to suddenly start looking at energy from a national security perspective, which therefore also brings a different dimension, but also emphasizes the pursuit of national interests as opposed to simply trade issues. And then finally, there are the hidden tragedies, everything from Sudan to to all the other places where millions of people are being displaced and many are being killed, and where, in fact, the news media doesn't even cover them, and except for the people, humanitarian aid and the UN agencies don't do that. So the challenge to that will be that if we have a proper resurgence of democratic processes, I believe we will also probably have a better audience to discuss multilateralism than when it is being pursued by rulers who are authoritarian and nationally oriented, as we are witnessing in a number of countries. So with that, what sort of views and answers would any of you like to bring? And I hope we can do it within 5 minutes. Let me turn now to John Miller. First, John, all yours.
Yes, thank you. Good day. And I almost think you said it all. But first, my background includes a long time in the media industry and related nonprofit activities in education, information, disinformation. So I tend to look at things with that lens, and we'll make some comments like that today. But most of all, I really try to understand where are actual people. And try to do that on a global basis is not easy. There's not a lot of cogent information, but there is some. And I would say the thing we need to be very cognizant of is that we need, on a global basis, we need new narratives. We need narratives that support democracy, that support multinationalism, multilateralism, and we need proof points around that, as you just mentioned. But rather than make this abstract, I'll just give you some data points, because the most cogent, to me, survey is the Edelman survey. It's done every year for 28 years. It looks at 25 years, 28 countries, over 30,000 respondents. And it's pretty sobering because, again, as we say in the measurement business, it's absolutely wrong, but it's relatively correct. And when you look at the trends, you do see some things. So I'm just going to read you headlines from the exec summary just to frame this. And from this is a 2025 report. And as you may know, the last couple of years had the most elections on the planet in human history. So the unfortunate headline is elections have failed to improve trust. Next headline is globalization, economic and technology fears worsen job insecurity. Unprecedented global decline for employer trust. Next one, low income mired in distrust. There's always been a gap between the wealthy and the less wealthy in terms of how they trust institutions and so on, but it's widened significantly. Fear that leaders lie is at an all-time high. And majority convinced the wealthy take more than their fair share. And here's the one I wanted to get to. 4 in 10 respondents. I hope that's not an echo on my part, but okay. 4 in 10 respondents see hostile activism as a viable means to drive change. And so that's 4 in 10 overall. When you look at younger demographics, i.e., I think it's the 16 to 34 demo, it's over 50%, it's 53%. So we really have a situation where people are dissatisfied. There's a very high degree of grievance and a very high degree and a growing distrust of institutions. So this clearly needs to be addressed at any level before you, in my feeling, even as a condition preceding to really trying to restore institutional trust overall. And then we now have, of course, the advent of AI. And this has the promise and the potential on two sides. One is to concentrate power further in a few hands and to be used in authoritarian ways. And on the other side, to be the most empowering force we've seen in our lifetimes, or maybe ever, in terms of getting information, valid information, into more hands of more people than ever before, and instantly available. And that includes individuals, institutions, et cetera. And both those things exist at the same time. And I think the moment we find ourselves in is really that moment in this next couple of years, which way that's going to go and which way the cement will dry. I think it's pretty daunting as a challenge because the race is on, and even today we'll see in Washington, the president here is meant to introduce his AI plan. By all indications, he's going to take the reins off, and it will be a plan that has very few regulations. It will be about building as fast as you can and kind of winning the AI race for America globally. So the guidelines are not going to be there, most likely. So what do you do? First of all, and I think, Ishmael, that you said this, which is you have to pick certain fights, so to speak, certain battles, and you have to have proof points and win some of them. People have to see that there is a way to win these other than the kind of, let's call it, more centralized, more authoritarian ways. There are some technical things we can do around AI in terms of transparency of the algorithms and various things like that. But I think most of all, and this is where I'll conclude, and I think there's an interesting thing to be done here. Most of all, the companies that are leading the technology revolution now need to believe that mass adoption, the greatest business outcome for them, is going to result from the best practices. That the better they operate with more transparency, more validity, and a series of appropriate guidelines, they will benefit from that in their goals, because doesn't appear, at least here in the United States, that it's going to come from government. And if the companies can believe that, which OpenAI, by the way, is the one that says it most. But if they can believe that and compete on that basis, I think we have a chance to have the kinds of tools in hand that, Ishmael, you spoke about, that could get people to be more actively informed and actively engaged in the democratic process. So I think a big, kind of to-do is to convince those companies that their best outcome results from best practices. So I'll stop there, and I look forward to talking more about these kinds of issues, but I wanted to lay out at least almost that singular point as a point of inflection that we're coming to. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. Yes, there's so much to say about all of this. Let me now turn to Dennis Norton. You're here? Yes, Dennis. Please try to limit yourself within 5 minutes.
Thanks, Ishmael, and I'll stick to the 5 minutes as best I can. First of all, maybe to introduce myself, I have been a Member of Parliament for 28 years. I've served as a Cabinet Minister in the Irish government. And over the last number of years, I've chaired the Working Group on Science and Technology within the Interparliamentary Union, which is the parliamentary equivalent of the United Nations, where parliaments come together, and we've been focused on trying to feed evidence into policy making and into Parliament. And I suppose I'm going to come from a slightly different perspective in relation to this, and maybe give a couple of practical examples. And I suppose today we're living in a wicked era. We have a situation where countries are turning in on themselves, focusing on the state, and yet we're living in a global society where we've never been more connected before, and where a crisis in one part of the world can very quickly spill over. And we've seen that in terms of the financial crisis in 2008 in the United States. We've seen it in relation to the pandemic emerging out of China in relation to COVID-19. So for me, I think the answer is not to give up on global cooperation, but to try and rethink it. And I think countries that are willing to work together need to push forward, need to, yes, address challenges such as trade, but also the commitments that are there in relation to the Sustainable Development Goals, tackling issues like health, environment, climate, and global security, but leaving the door open for those countries that are not willing to move at this particular point in time. And I think for me, science, with its evidence-based approach, can help facilitate and provide a new way and a new approach, a mechanism for rational decision making that cuts through the populist rhetoric and political gridlock that we see in many parts of the world today. And it's a tool that enables us to focus not on ideological battles, but on real world outcomes. I'll give you 3 examples of that. Drawing on our own history of fostering peace on the island of Ireland through dialogue and problem solving in relation to shared challenges. Ireland has proven a model of transforming divisions within communities into collaboration by peace building through scientific cooperation. And in fact, at the start of this conference on Monday, we had actually one of the architects of the Irish peace process, Bertie Ahern, who addressed the conference. Now, in my experience serving as a cabinet minister in Ireland, serving on the British Irish Council and the North-South Ministerial Council, I've witnessed how science can serve as a non-political platform to foster relationships, even in the most challenging of circumstances. And recall children whose grandparents were trying to murder each other, now working together to protect their local environment. So through collaborative scientific initiatives, we've demonstrated that shared problem solving can help build trust and create solutions that transcend political divides. As I say, I have worked with the Interparliamentary Union in the recent past, and I was co-chair of the Interparliamentary Union Science for Peace Schools that utilise scientific cooperation as a tool for peace building at regional level, transforming shared challenges into opportunities for coexistence through evidence-informed approaches. The Science for Peace School model of dialogue addresses critical issues such as water scarcity in conflict-prone regions like the Middle East and the Sahel region of Africa. And by employing scientific method and fostering cross-sector partnerships, the programme has demonstrated how evidence-informed policymaking can mitigate resource-driven tensions, inspire cooperation, and promote equitable solutions. The third example that I just want to give you is in relation to the use of foresight. The reality is that today's global leaders are constantly dealing with urgent problems, which leaves little time to think of long-term risks, be it climate change, future pandemics, or even nuclear threats. These issues are huge, they're interconnected, but they're also slow-moving. But yet the decisions that we make today can shape the future for people and for our planet. The Horizon 2045 Catalyst Forum was created to try and help break that short-term thinking and explore what security will be like in the long-term future. The forum combines science with science fiction and virtual reality in powerful ways to fast forward to the turn of the 22nd century. Together, the participants there explored different future scenarios, both good and bad, and what would actually be the result of today's decisions. And this immersive experience, trying to get a deeper understanding of how today's polycrisis could evolve over time, generated new thinking on areas like health, democracy, nuclear safety, and how we could prevent disaster or unlock innovative solutions. Now, these three different strategies are all built around the foundation of science as a universal truth, which facilitates engagement, neutral engagement. And in an era of profound global challenges, from climate change to resource scarcity to geopolitical fragmentation and armed conflict, science and technology, I believe, can offer a transformative potential for fostering societal progress and global trust. So by bringing decision makers, policy makers, scientists and citizens together under the shared principles of both evidence and neutrality, we can actually envision a future where global challenges are met with innovation, collaboration, but most importantly, with an enduring peace. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dennis. Let me now turn to Ivana. You have the floor. 5 minutes, please. Give me your question.
Hello. Hello, everyone, and thank you so much for this opportunity to participate in the efforts to understand the complexity we're living in and to tackle into the very important question of today's world on how do we rebuild the world where equity and stability and true democracy aren't just ideals but living realities. I noticed that over the last 3 days, a lot of panelists refer to the UN 2030 agenda. And it's very important to say that this initiative did put the people, the human in the center of the conversation, the people's dignity and the future. And it actually did shift our perception on what are our real needs and our real threats. In this slide, I just want to say that after these 3 days, we will be able to come out with some new transformative initiatives in the near future. So as a panelist coming from Serbia, I want to refer on the concrete situation which is happening currently. So we have the example of the democratically elected government becoming typical example of autocratic and plutocratic regime. So for some of you who do not know, last November, the collapse of the newly renovated rail station killed 16 people, wanting to say that 16 lives lost to corruption and negligence. Protests had spread over 400 cities and towns in Serbia, and people are asking for the accountability for this disaster. So now, what is very special about these protests, unlike in 2000s when people were advocating for the regime change and proposing the concrete group of new leaders, these young people now are desperate for the deep social transformation of our society. And what they want is a final break free from the former nationalist regime embodied in the toxic political culture and widespread corruption, repressed democratic freedoms, and media manipulation based on populist logic. So the central question we must confront today, this panel, is how do democracies actually backslide into autocracy and plutocracy, even when governments maintain the facade of elections? Well, the truth is that newly formed democracies often lack critical foundations such as culture of democracy and civic knowledge about how democratic systems should function, and institutional memory to sustain them. So in concrete case of Serbia, just in my lifetime, as many of you know, we went from one-party communist regime of Yugoslavia to the explosion of nationalism and civil war, then to transitional period mixing democratic aspirations and with wartime trauma to the final catastrophic fusion of organized crime and state structures. We are a captured state where middle-class opportunity is systematically strangled. So, so what is important to carry out from this meeting, I would say, is that no democracies fight alone, and countries like Serbia really need mentorship that can help them to establish positive democratic culture and strengthen democratic institutions. These vital objectives can only be realized throughout sustained global solidarity among democracies. We must build robust alliances capable of knowledge transfer and system reinforcement and cultural exchange. So this is not about intervention, it's about interdemocratic cooperation. And when democracies stand together, sharing both wisdom and knowledge and warning signs, we actually create an ecosystem where authoritarian backsliding becomes much more difficult to execute or conceal. So yeah, these are my points, and yeah, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, you're muted, Ismail.
I was hoping to make sure that, thank you. I was hoping to make sure that you wouldn't have an echo. Sometimes happens. Thank you very much for this comment. I would also like to point out that Serbia is one of the few countries which insisted, as it cleansed itself of its past, to ensure accountability. If I'm not mistaken, President Boris Tadic arranged for Mr. Milosevic and colleagues to be held accountable in The Hague. Unfortunately, that is not happening today. Supposedly, major powers, for example, are protecting people who are behaving miserably. whether it's in Ukraine or in Gaza or in other places as well. Let me stop that and move on to Piero. Maybe you'd have the next few minutes, up to 5 minutes. Piero, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you so much for inviting me in this very interesting panel. I think that also after listening to my colleague and the other panelists, that the problems and issue we are facing are all interdependent and influence each other. They concern different levels of analysis. You can think on micro and macro. Which, unlike in the past, we can no longer keep separate them. And as I've been saying for many years, many of the problems that we talk about, the possibility of managing complexity, or understanding, inhabiting complexity, are closely related to the confusion we continue to perpetuate, especially in our beloved and educational and training institution, between complicated systems that are mechanisms and complex systems that are organisms, as you know. So I apologize for the extreme brevity, and I will try to outline some critical points. The first is that the paradigmatic challenge of the hypercomplex society as the problem of democracy are primarily epistemological and educational. Regards our way of thinking, our way of renew and define and develop knowledge and the methods to achieve knowledge. So they force us to rethink how we think and to adopt a non-disjunctive system of thought. They push us to go beyond what I've called the false dichotomies, developing an awareness of the unpredictability and irreversibility of phenomena, the confusion among complex and complicated systems. So we now have discovered the emerging systemic and relational dimension of humanity and life. We are continuing to be educated to as we are living in a world of objects, but we are living in a world of systems. That is one of the some of fundamental epistemological challenge. And on this kind of separation, we co-construct the overall architectures of knowledge and skills that are based on traditional, as you know, logics of power, of separation, confinement of knowledge and skills. For example, when you talk about the urgency of a cultural sustainability, that is, in my opinion, is a culture of complexity, we have the enormous problem of the architecture of our educational and training institutions that are based on monodisciplinaries, that are based on this kind of logical separation and confinement. Another ideas that I like to suggest and share with you is that the majority of our problems are based on what I like to call the ideology of simplification and facilitation. That is difficult related to the so-called revolution, digital revolution. Sorry. That is the problem of the hyperconnected era to the so-called digital revolution. I'd like to clarify, is a sort of my mantra, that the opposite of complexity is not simplification. The opposite of complexity is the reductionism, the reductionistic approach to the complexity. But as you know very well, simplification is a value, but it's not an absolute value. And we need to be aware that everything is not simplifiable. And so we are dealing with the risk today, with the idea, with the ideology that it's possible to simplify also democracies, eliminating the processes of negotiation, reducing democracy itself to a mere sequence of norms and procedures. Worst of all, it completely does away with the alternative thinking and protest while producing an illusion of an equal and direct relationship to power, for instance, through some kind of online platform. And I have to conclude, I think that we need also to clarify, to be aware about the importance of thinking to the long term, long period. We have the risk that this is another of the talk of the town, but we think to try also to rethink the transnational organization, which, as demonstrated by the dramatic wars and in particular the situation in Gaza, are no longer effective in their decisions and actions. I think that we have to think, we must think to try to construct a culture of complexity and a culture of sustainability that go beyond traditional separation and logic of separation. Thanks.
Could I make one comment on what Piero just said?
Well, okay, I was going to come back after David, but if you want to go ahead,
I'm
go ahead
sorry.
right now.
I'll do it very quickly because it's just in agreement. Piero talked about the digital world leading to simplification and reductionism, which I certainly agree with. It also, in the same vein, leads to the ability to create emotional and wedge issues in that process that become very politicized and used, as we've probably all seen around the world recently. So I think that is all of that goes together. And sorry to jump in.
No, indeed. Well, thank you, Piero. Thank you, John. Let me now move to my dear friend David, who is now coming wearing a new hat. He and I go back a long way. David, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Ismail. It's wonderful to be in this group and under your management and leadership. And thank you for accepting me as a rescapé from a panel yesterday. I couldn't do that. And also, it's you mentioned hats. I answer people that when I worked in the UN, I had one business card, and it was enough. Now I have 4 or 5, and hats, but none of them bring home the bacon. So, but let me. I just want to focus on 2-3 things very briefly. The reason for that is we live in a change of eras. We're bereft of policies, bereft of principles, and no waypoints are operating. So we are in uncharted waters to a great extent. And since we are in this change of eras, we need to very carefully, I think about the terminology that we take for granted and we use. And without any pretense of being some sort of a coiner in chief of any definitions, but just to put out my concerns that even the terms, and I want to specifically talk about democracy that we're talking about and multilateralism. Democracy, I think, we take for granted the democracy that we understand under the organized West European and North Atlantic democracies. None of them are perfect, yet they are unquestionably presented for all the others who are left outside the stockade to either subscribe to or take the highway. And that, I think, is not an approach which we can really entertain in this era. It may have been possible in another era. But in this change, the other thing is, and I don't want to sound like Amr Musa, but double standards exist, and they are coming back with a vengeance, and cynicism is there, and to a great extent, we see even very unfortunate cases of democracy being weaponized. You can see it in international fora. You can see it in particular ways that clubs of the Illuminati have understood that they have to talk to the unwashed masses. And so that does not breed good vibes, nor a good basis to proceed. I don't want to continue pontificating on this. I'm very conscious of the time. I want to talk about multilateralism just a little bit. Multilateralism is not an organization. Multilateralism is a concept. Multilateralism, first and foremost, is a mindset, and it is a willingness to do things in a particular way. It is not an organization. An organization is created because there is a multilateral mindset. The organization did not create multilateralism, and it cannot uphold multilateralism on its own. Member states create organizations in a mode when they are thinking of multilateralism. What is happening now is they are not thinking in a multilateral mindset. They are thinking in a very pronounced national egotistic manner. I heard a few years back this mantra that, the Westphalian system is going to the trash bin of history, and now everything is civil society and so on. Well, the Westphalian system has come back with a vengeance, and it is better than ever. And so what we need to bear in mind is that international organizations can only do maintenance reform, which they do regularly. But the kind of reform that is required today has to be done by those who created these organizations. They have to step up. The United Nations Secretary General shouldn't be coming up with UN 80 and presenting proposals to send posts from Vienna to Nairobi or to some other place. That is not reform. And what the member states have been saying for the last 20 years, 30 years actually, is it's not reform. They've been basically cutting budgets. And passing it off as reform. So very importantly, media, as mentioned here, I'm not going to go into that, but media has absolutely changed its colors, its feathers, and has been supplanted by social media. And that is a major problem. And AI, no guidelines, AI is a big, big danger. So I'll stop there. Thank you so much. I hope I didn't go too much over.
No, thank you, David. I'd just like to pick up on all the things that you said, all of you, and pose to you a technical challenge, if I may say so. Two things happened which deserve perhaps a little bit of a reflection. I believe that at the time of Boutros Ghali, the Secretary General of the United Nations undertook a series of summits, starting with Rio Summit and then going on to the Social Summit and the Beijing Summit and the Population Summit, and then the Food Security Summit in Rome, and finally the Cities Summit in Istanbul. Now, what was very important about those 6 summits and other activities that took place beyond that was that for the first time, civil society, business, as well as the official delegations were present. I believe that that helped create a consensus about a series of issues dealing with developmental challenges that enabled the miracle of the millennium, which under Kofi Annan, as you remember, all the countries unanimously agreed on the Millennium Development Goals to guide action from 20 to 2015. And that was reasserted by another Secretary General at the time, that we had the Paris Accord of 2015, the new SDGs 2015, the SDI Framework 2015, again, a unanimous action that took place. We seem to have lost the consensus that enabled that enthusiasm to break out everywhere. And 2 last points I will make. One, you mentioned the Westphalian model. I think the problem with that is that people think it created the nation state. It didn't. It created the sovereign state. Nations can be the Arab nations, 22 sovereign nations, or it can be the German nation, etc., etc., where culture plays a role. But then, having created that, they started thinking in terms of national identity. So we have a flag and the anthem and the common narrative for history, etc. And ethnic minorities became a problem suddenly, all of a sudden everywhere. And that again created room for these wedge issues to come up. So can we find a way in which we can think again of how to bring that consensus building approach, which was done through these series of actions, to bring the civil society on a broad set of issues, as well as business, as well as the new technologies and science, as well as the delegations. Would anybody like to take that up? We have one more round. I'm going to give each of you 2.5 minutes at most, because we are running out of time, to make any last minute comments. John, you want to start?
Well, thank you. And to try to grapple with your very truly profound question, I think it goes back to actually something you said at the top, is you have to figure out where you can pick your battles, as the expression goes, so that you can get some momentum and as they say, get some wins behind you to build from there. Because the self-interest or the apparent self-interest of many countries now seems to take precedent versus the multilateralism. Whereas I think most of us probably feel that the larger issues transcend any particular country and can only be solved in a concerted effort across those lines. But where do you start? So I think it's really figuring out two things from my point of view. One is, what are those starting places, through what institutions that still have viability? And then, as I said in kind of my remarks, how do you bring a population along for that ride and to understand those initiatives, given the state of media, the state of social media, and so on? How do you penetrate that in a way that people can understand it and latch on to it? Because one of the other things that came out in the survey is when trust increases, just the measurement of trust, and it also affects economic outlook. It affects overall happiness. There's a whole series of cascading positives that happen when you can get there. So I think it's a combination of, one, the institutions, and two, the penetration in the consciousness of really populations at scale.
Thank you. Dennis?
Yeah, just to pick up on where John has left off there, I agree with him. I think it's about picking the battles, but I think it's about looking at the win-win situations that meet the self-interest needs of many countries, but also require a multilateral approach to try and address them. And I come back to my earlier comments. I think that science can help to whittle down some of these battles and identify where the commonality is that you can actually build the foundation of engagement. And I think there is a challenge in bringing the populations along. We've seen in terms of many of these summits, yes, they involve civil society, yes, they involve business, but the difficulty now is actually delivering and implementing them. And I think we need to look at some other models for engagement with a far broader catchment of the population than is being represented by the business community or by the selected civil society organizations. And a very good example is the Pact for the Mediterranean that is being led by the Mediterranean countries, both north and south of the Mediterranean, and funded by the European Union, where they have developed this model of conversation circles, where they've engaged with over 1,000 people around the Mediterranean from every aspect of society and life, so that the outcome document that comes out of that is far more representative of the communities that will potentially benefit from it than would have been the case in terms of historic models of negotiation. So I think we do need to look at new models of engagement, new ways to feed innovative solutions into the process. And I think the building blocks of that is based on evidence and innovation.
Thank you. Ivana?
I'll get back to something you mentioned, Ismail, which is like civic action of grassroots. So in Serbia, we have the situation where people are really living for the system working, institution accountability, and all the positive democratic values. But the problem is, once again, as I said, the lack of institutional knowledge and memory to sustain these ideas. So I think that this can only be built throughout like higher integration of Serbia into the democratic alliances, because this flipping and flopping is kind of making a constant from left to right, from this and that. It's just not allowing sustained progress into the healthy, accountable functioning of the system. So that's at this point, because considering that how like over the 100,000 people are on the streets, it's probably just that we actually need systemic, like system solutions. We need know-how. So that's what's my point on this.
Thank you. Piero?
Oh, thank you. To record the significant title of the panel, I think that we will never be able to return to multilateralism and to the idea and vision that democracy is complexity, as long as we continue to educate and train ourselves in linear thinking, that I like to call disjunctive thinking. The solution of the problem is in the possibility of separating the parts that constitute the system. As long as we do not radically change schools and universities that continue to educate and train in rationality and total control, and in the view that everything is predictable. Complicated systems are manageable, predictable, measurable. Complex systems are characterized, as you know, from, for example, by the emergent properties that are not observable. The emergent properties of complex systems are observable only during the nonlinear evolution of the complex system. And the fundamental and strategic rule of schools and university are related, as you know very well, that you can think that our politicians, our ruling class, came out from out of schools and university, and also about the issue, the fundamental issue of fake news, misinformation, disinformation. I think that the real problems is that we are facing today are not the fake news that, okay, is a fundamental problem, post-truth, deep fakes, or disinformation. I think that the real problem is a sort of socially constructed, co-constructed predisposition to conformism. And I think that this kind of predisposition to conformism is the decline of democracy. So reality, in a sort of slogan, reality has changed radically, but knowledge and paradigms have not. So we are currently dominated by new forms of complexity, reduction, some of which are dangerous. You can think, for example, technocracy versus democracy, or the idea that education is a sort of problem, only technical problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. David?
Yes, I see we're practically out of time, so maybe a little injury time. Let me just clarify one thing. Multilateralism is not dead. Multilateralism is alive and well, but in small groups. In such an organization, for example, as BRICS, it's a booming business. The EU, ASEAN, it exists. What is in trouble is universal multilateralism. And I'm grateful to you, Ismail, for mentioning Dr. Boutros Ghali, because I believe firmly, and I've been saying this, that we're talking about the wrong date, the wrong anniversary. Chronologically 80 years old. But this UN, this multilateralism, these sets of problems are 33 years old. Yeah. Because there is a new time where the counter started, and that was 1992. And there was a new multilateralism, a new system, and the collective West absolutely miserably failed to take advantage of it. and not giving Dr. Boutros-Ghali a second term was the crowning last adding of insult to injury, because that showed that there is no room for multilateralism, and we are reaping and just last word, these heads of state and government come together every September in New York in larger and larger numbers, and they make very, very interesting and highfalutin speeches. They even adopt things like they did in 2015, the SDGs, for example, and the financing for development. But none of them have any inclination to then act on what they have adopted or what they spoke about from the rostrum. That is where the problem is. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me just wrap up with perhaps two observations. Observation number one is that we have, in my judgment, the most incredible success story, which we have taken totally for granted, and that is the European Union. Not only is it highly prosperous, etc., but more importantly, I have seen in one generation, young Germans and young Frenchmen come to a point where they cannot imagine their countries going to war, when their parents and their grandparents couldn't ever imagine that there would be peace between France and Germany after the War of 1870, the War of 1914, the War of 1939. Yet, in the 1960s and so on, I saw a young generation of both countries totally immersed in this project. Secondly, that project also gave us an interesting notion, which I think picks up on what was said about whether it's ASEAN or other combinations, or some of you mentioned cooperating countries of the willing. It is the idea of variable geometry, that you don't have to be a member of the Euro and of Schengen and all of these at the same time to be a member of the EU, that you can have subsets of that or overlays that include other people like EFTA and other things. In the same way, I think we can think of a multilateralism that can be born between cooperation of various countries. My last word is going to be a little bit not good, but nevertheless, I can't leave without saying it. It is, to me, unbelievable that we witness every day on the news what is happening in Gaza, and that all the humanitarians unanimously, all the UN agencies unanimously, all the doctors unanimously say the same things, that this is what is happening, this is what is happening, this is what is happening, and yet we do not have the capacity to agree on getting a stop on that any more than we have had the capacity to rein in Russia and Ukraine or other battles elsewhere. But that one is particularly visible because all of the UN agencies, all the humanitarians are in accord of what we are witnessing, people dying of hunger, people being shot, etc., etc. So the norms, or shall we say, the acceptance of violence in everyday life, in wars going on everywhere, remote areas, is a challenge. But I believe in the great words of Abraham Lincoln, let us speak to the better angels of our nature, and we will ultimately all come out better. Thank you each and every one, and thank the organizers, WAAS, for giving us this chance to explore these two fundamental topics, whether the slippage from democracy or the need for a new multilateralism. I hope that this conversation has helped us identify some new areas where we may act. And I would like to take this chance to thank each and every one of the panelists for their contributions and the precision with which you made your statements. Thank you each and every one. And
thank you.
We now return to the organizers.
Thank you very much, Ismail, for your
Thank you very much, Ismail. Thanks all.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
To keep in touch. Bye, Gary.
Thank you all. Thank you all.
Bye, everyone. It was great.
Hi.
Hello, Katalin.
Hi. Where are you physically?
I'm physically in Germany. I'm just wondering, Katalin, how do I pronounce your surname properly?
Bogai.
Bogai. From it's
Well,
Hungarian.
the G. Hi, Paul. Hi, Paul. Hi, Paul. Another Hungarian name, Révai, but it's easy to pronounce. Okay, Bogyai. The GY is one sound, like Magyar, Bogyai.
Okay, egészségedre.
Yeah, well, that's easier. It sounds right. Yeah.
Wonderful.
Yeah. And
Hello,
where are you,
Dennis.
Paul? I'm in Paris, Paul.
Hello, Paul. I'm wonderful. Wonderful to have you all on board already. And I'm very, very excited to have this conversation with you. I actually don't know why WAAS chosen me as a moderator because I'm a terrible moderator. So I'm trying to do my best to keep me in the back of the entire conversation, have you speak and bring in your expertise. We have another 2 minutes, and then I will just shortly make some statements, and then I leave the floor. Right?
Hi, Paul. We don't hear you. You need to switch on your mic.
Correct. Hello again.
Hi.
Wonderful to see you. Actually, I'm a bit like Stefan. I don't know why I was chosen on this wonderful panel. Because it's really not my field, but I'll do my best. I promise I'll do my best.
No. It's gonna be wonderful.
I mean, frankly, the same here. I thought I was talking about the UN and multilateralism, UNESCO per se, right? New developments and so on. And, yeah. So I just will combine everything, I think.
But anyway, by the way, on UNESCO, you saw what
Yeah.
happened yesterday.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It happened already, you see.
Yeah.
When I started to work at UNESCO in 1998, that was still Federico Mayor running UNESCO. The US and UK were not members then. And then, so there's the third time for the US to leave the UNESCO. Yeah.
Okay. I think we're exactly in time, and we have 50 minutes. Welcome my expert panelists, first of all, and welcome everybody in the chat. We have 25 people listening. I would like to say hello to everybody, and you probably have read the outline of our president, Gary Jacobs, to this session on one side, so you're kind of familiar with the questions behind what we like to discuss. My idea is that we have 2 rounds. In the first round, I would like to ask each of you one question. And in the second round, I would be very happy to get you more detailed view on what Gary Jacobs outlined in the preliminaries. My question to each of you is going to be the same question. I would like to start maybe with Paul, and then with Katalin, and then with Dennis, and then with John, if you agree. If we agree that we are facing systemic polycrisis, climate crisis, etc., is the model of open societies, as Karl Popper coined them 75 years ago, is open societies and democracy with more decentralized form of power aggregation, the right form to focus and to solve these problems? Or do we need rather top-down autocratic regimes to better solve the polycrisis we're heading? Is that the shift we are experiencing now? In one sentence, who can do better? Open societies or autocracies? Decentralized systems or more systems which enact along a top-down scenario? Okay, Paul, I would like to get your feedback on that question. You worked in trilateralism as a director in so many fields. Do you have a first thought on that question?
Well, I mean, to start, thank you very much for inviting me. And thank you also to the Academy. Basically, I would say two things. First of all, we have to be a bit careful in putting one against the other, autocracies versus democracies, if I may call it like that. I'm a bit worried these days that you have this black and white approach to the regulation of international affairs. It is obvious that I don't know, in a global framework, the issues that we have to tackle can only be tackled for obvious reasons at a global level. But at the same time, we need to be careful in as much as national and local levels are the tools by which we will be able to tackle these global issues. And if we start sort of playing democracies and autocracies against each other, at the end of the day, the issues that need to be tackled won't find a solution. Now, this is, of course, very dangerous to say it like that, especially coming from Europe, because there, of course, we see very much the old framework of an East-West divide, autocracies versus democracies. But if we go back into a more serious, concrete North-South, if I may say, approach, there, of course, suddenly it becomes different. And so we have to, our mindsets are still very much Cold War mindsets, North Atlantic and European. So it's, and this mindset is coming back to the fore, by the way, with what's happening in Ukraine and in Russia. Let's be careful in the way we try and find a proper solution to addressing these global challenges. I think that at the end of the day, that is the issue that we have to find, where we have to find a solution.
Yeah. Thanks, Paul. Katalin, I'm still sticking to my question. Who can do better? Which societal formation, rather a shift towards more decentralized, polycentric, or more towards, call it autocratic or top-down, who can do better coping with the poly crisis? What kind of shift in power is required in order to make that happen?
So good afternoon from me, at least. It's afternoon here in Hungary. I don't know wherever you are in the world. Somehow who has served so many decades around the UN, in different places of the UN, I first of all had to learn that the way I think, or the way we think, we Europeans think, this is just one way of thinking about the world. And very often I felt that the problem was with everything that we thought that's the only way to move on. Obviously, when we are talking about questioning how we can move forward together, meaning globally, and I am very much believing whatever is going on, how strongly UN as a structure is challenged or multilateralism is challenged. But I would also say that this year, when we, of course, are thinking about the UN, which is an 80-year-old organization, we just have to say that the achievements, whatever we did in multilateralism, in global cooperation, and the results, they were the results very often of painstaking effort by the people from different nations, different countries, different cultures. So I have learned throughout the negotiations with different countries that one thing is your standpoint and the other thing is the other one and the many other ones. So we can't, of course, simply turn our backs to our hard-won legacy. That's why I believe that the global cooperation is the only way for us And there are different examples. There are different examples which can work for the people. Now, the question is, how, for me at least, how you can combine your interest or your people interest, if you are running a country or even an organization, how can you combine the interest of your people, the interest of globally of all the other peoples? Because very often we've seen different examples through which countries, cultures, nations, ambassadors talk to me. Yes, Katalin, I understand what you are saying, but you have to understand I'm coming from another direction. So for me, number one is that wherever you work, wherever you serve, I would say, or wherever, if you are in a position being in an administration, first you have to think about the people whom you are representing. If you happen to come to a country in which you were elected, which I would like to say globally, when we think about this question, is not always the case. Because very often in many countries, we see the same people running the country for many decades. And I wouldn't even say always that they don't do a good job. It depends, how the people feel over there. That's why I think the social development of the civil society is something what, of course, I think we are going to talk later on. So I would, in a way, back Paul idea that the division of the two models, I don't believe is the right way to choose. I think if we talk about global cooperation or solving our problems globally, and we cannot solve just as a nation state, we know that, then we have to see what differences, what kind of approaches different countries, cultures, societies have. And we have to listen. We have to listen why they do choose the way they want to run their country, or they want to get their interest approach other people as well. So I understand your question, Stefan. Obviously, being a European, I would say, obviously, we have to fight to strengthen democracy. I obviously would like to say that I would like to see the representation of the people through democratic elections, giving enough strength to civil society to hear the voice of the most marginalized people. But if I'm thinking about a global collaboration in the world, especially in multilateralism, I always say that we have to see the other players as well, where they are coming from, what is their culture background, and what is the model which is working for them.
Yeah. Katalin, very, very thanks for your rich experience in practical diplomacy and negotiation. Dennis, is it okay that I still stick to my primary questions to get into a debate about who can do better?
Well, I suppose, look, first of all, I've been a parliamentarian directly elected for 28 years, and represented the Interparliamentary Union globally. So I'm going to come down very firmly on one side of this debate rather than the other as a result of that. But I think Catalina is quite correct in what she says. We have different types of decentralized democracy or decision making in many parts of the world, not all of them along the model that we would understand in Europe. And I think we need to acknowledge that there are other perspectives, there are other mechanisms and methods to run and operate governments. But having said all of that, there is a clear commitment within the Sustainable Development Goals, which all governments around the world have signed up to have more participatory decision-making processes with civil society, with citizens around the country. So my answer to your question would be, it's not about a debate in terms of a shift in power. It's more about a debate in terms of a shift in mindset. How do we accommodate different perspectives? And coming back to the comment that Paul made at the outset when he said, there are global issues there. We need to come together through some type of multilateral mechanism to come forward with solutions. But the reality is that these can only be addressed in practical terms at local level. So unless you're engaging with your citizens, unless you're bringing your citizens and communities along that road with you, then you're actually going to fail to deliver. And we've seen so many times, you know, international agreements, whether it's in relation to climate change, sustainable development goals, we can go on, where we've had business involved, where we've had civil society involved, where we've had unanimity from the global community. But yet when it comes to delivery on the ground, we're failing and failing dismally to achieve that. I think what we do need to do is to look again in how we engage with citizens. The traditional models that we've used are failing, and that's globally, but also take the European Union, which is a very good example, where one of the key methods of engagement is through public consultation, both the European Union and the European Commission, but also in terms of devolved administration of European rules at domestic level in member states. There's a condition there that there has to be public consultation. And yet that public consultation and the models that we've used to date have failed dismally sometimes to bring the type of agreement that is needed to apply and deliver regulations and directives in many member states. So the point I'm making is, I think we need to go back and look, are there other models of engaging with citizens that actually sustain democracy, but sustain citizen engagement and citizen buy-in? And I think there are some of them emerging out there today. And hopefully that's something that we can explore later in the discussion.
Oh, yeah, okay. That is very good. So what I'm understanding is beyond this dichotomy between top-down and polycentric, the most important is to come up with mechanisms and forms where citizens can be engaged, regardless whether through a democratic vote or through a top-down mandate. John, thank you for having us here in this debate. I will still stick in this first round with the initial question of who can do better, and with all your experiences in media and beyond, just help us. What is your point?
Yeah, well, first of all, to try to be true to your question, the first thing I would say is I hope we don't find out the answer.
Okay.
And that would indicate a bias on my part.
Why?
And if it needs to be said, towards the more democratic. But I think if we accept that we're in a change of eras, of civilizational eras, the truthful answer is we don't know, because it is not. If we're entering a new era, we don't know. I would say historically, at least recent history, the more democratic approach has been the better on the preponderance of the evidence, and hopefully that will persist in the next era. But again, to be intellectually honest, we don't know that answer. And some of the things that I worry about most are that I cited this in an earlier panel, that there's recent studies of kind of sentiment of populations overall globally. And the predominant theme of folks is one around grievances, right? We've certainly seen that in Brexit. We saw it in the US elections. And when you have a grievance mindset, it's a zero-sum game. You look at the world as a zero-sum game. And if it's a zero-sum game, then you're only interested in your immediate interests, and it flows there. And obviously there are systems such as social media to amplify that and to only make that much more prevalent and organized in groups, etc. And at the same time, you have now, in America in particular, the rise of a group of folks in the technology industries who believe that not only in technology as a guiding light, but in themselves as the guiding light. And they're in unprecedented positions of influence and power, again, often through social media. So there are indications we may actually find out the answer to your question.
Okay. This is that kind of a first round just to get warm up on these questions. Paul, if I understand you right, this black and white is not helpful. North and South would detect completely different ways of doing it, and the Western approach is a very, very biased approach. Can you get more practical about the relevance of this shift in power which is required to solve these problems?
Well, basically, I would like to come back to what actually Dennis mentioned, which is there are ways and means of moving ahead, and there the European model, I think, is still very much a valid model in trying to find solutions to global issues. It's basically, and it's in our treaty, the principle of subsidiarity and the principle of proportionality. This is applied, as you know, in the European treaties, and this gives basically to the decisions are taken at the lowest level possible where citizens are engaged. It ensures that power is sort of exercised as close to the citizens as possible. So I think that's one way ahead. Another problem that we in the West have to grapple with is double language. That is something that I know many of you at the World Academy, but also at NGIC, have been discussing over the years. This double language can no longer persist in, if I may say, North-South context. And
Can you what do you mean by double language?
Well, the double language is basically that the West has these fabulous, wonderful principles, which it, first of all, does not apply to itself and does not apply when it's not in its interest. There's a lot of double language, and Catalin will be able to explain many examples in the UN system where double language is flourishing, and so we have to be a bit careful in not selling the way we go ahead and then not applying what we sold. So those are just two examples. And also what Dennis mentions, I listened to your wonderful panel with John also on it and Ismail just before. The idea of variable geometry that Ismail mentioned is also a very interesting example. And the Pact for the Mediterranean that, Dennis, you mentioned in the former panel. So there you have a very decentralized approach where we can get closer to citizens' concern, but please let's not use this double language as it will only backlash on us. Thank you.
Okay, super. Thanks, Paul. So the ball is your, Catalin, to talk more about concrete examples and
well, I don't know exactly what Paul meant because we could speak nights and days about the different examples, what we can experience within the UN system concerning this topic. But for sure, you just experience the fact. I always say that obviously we Europeans, we are brought up, with existential thoughts, with Descartes and so on, and then you go to start to work with African people and countries, and then you find out what is Ubuntu, and then you think, okay, probably I should also consider that kind of philosophy. So why don't I put that kind of mindset also into mind? That's what I'm saying, that I think the kind of approach of the West that we know best, or our examples are the best working examples. This is getting harder and harder, and I'm telling you why I think that, because again, if I compare it to the evolution or the development or the challenges or the problems of the UN, because if you look at the UN, the cul-de-sac, why it's not working, what is working, you see all the real challenges and all the real faults of what we are talking about. Because if you start any kind of negotiation or any kind of problem solving with the fact that it's only the way you think and it's only your example, what you experienced or you believe in is the solution for solving the problems, and I think you won't get anywhere. And why? Because for many decades, because of the lack of the social media, the restriction of the communication, the previous formats of the media, obviously that kind of vast majority of knowledge, what people can get today, was not present. And today people just can in a way look at the world in every second through their social media networks and phones and whatever, and can just think or visualize different formats of lifestyles and developments for their own lives. And Stefan, when you say, okay, how we can work better with the people and for the people, because afterwards, after all, this is really what we are trying to do, then we just have to see that we have to keep an open space for where I would always say, compared to the real Greek dialogue, there is a development between people and nation and governments and civil servants and politicians and civil societies, meaning that you have to be in a state of mind that you give a chance to yourself as well to change your way of thinking or your approaches, but you obviously hoping to get the same from your partner or partners as well. So I think you can't say that there are countries today or people who wouldn't like to be involved, because in a way everybody would like to be involved. This is a major change. This is really a major change, that wherever people live, and I'm sure you all, we worked in different places in the world, places where, decades before, they didn't know too much about what was going on in different parts of the world. But today, everybody wants to be involved. And because of that, you feel this immense pressure that how on earth you can satisfy or the willings or the wishes or all the hopes what people, civil society, women, marginalized people have in the world, because it is without an ending story. I mean, how we solve one problem and then we get into the others. So I think, obviously, the way what we believe that we have to give a chance to the civil society, we have to work together in a way, a democratic way, with the people, to listen to them and then to channel all that into a structure, because without a structure, how on earth we could solve the problems? I think this is rather, a big task for everybody, how we can come through and how we can convince our partners to think together or to find the solutions together. So I still believe that if we talk, for example, about the distribution of the social power today, which I think is the topic we are in a way discussing, I mean, obviously, we all would believe a more equitable or inclusive or just society. You mentioned the SDGs. Of course, the SDGs, we just knew already. I was sitting there in 2015. Everybody knew it will not happen, right? It just will not happen. But it is just a line. It is just a direction. So in a way, we have to find the correct direction and work according to that, but I don't believe that we can fulfill all these hopes or wishes, because this is the evolution of humanity. That's the evolution of the world. I mean, we are just changing. There are just new wishes and challenges every day.
Yeah. Catalina, I understand. So role taking and better understanding the position of the other is a fundamental law and diplomacy beyond my critical question, provocative question I started in the first place. Dennis, you mentioned the role of citizen engagement, right? Citizen engagement, if it comes to, even though you might not like the term autocracies, critical citizen engagement is not part of the game, right, to solve a problem. There are countries, if you lift up a white sheet of paper in public, for example, you're arrested for a week or two or a month. So I'm in this inconvenient position as a moderator to stimulate a controversy. I still want to stick to my question is, how does citizen engagement look like, very practically, beyond democratic voting, beyond parliamentarism we are used to in Europe, Dennis?
Yeah, and this is something that I've been trying to grapple with within the Interparliamentary Union, because the Interparliamentary Union is representative of every parliament around the world, and there's a broad range of the definition of what democracy is from different perspectives. But I think coming back to Catalina's comment about everyone would like to be involved. I think everyone would like to have their opinion considered. It's not necessarily that everyone wants every issue they have resolved. And I think the important thing is, in a lot of cases, that people feel that they were listened to, that their issues were taken on board. They may not be able to progress them today or tomorrow, but at least that is acknowledging that there is an issue and a challenge there. And like, I spent a lot of time training young parliamentarians, and I'd actively tell them, look, you were born with one mouth and two ears. You need to use your ears twice as much as your mouth, rather than this top-down approach that you know everything and have all of the solutions. And I even found myself as minister, admitting I don't have the solutions, bringing the people with the solutions in and asking them to solve some of the problems that I had, which was my civil servants went crazy over it. The fact that a minister would admit that he doesn't have, or she doesn't have, the answers. So I think, coming back to the question that you're asking, is we do need to engage citizens to address Caitlin's points, and to deal with the point that Paul made about what the European Union tries to do is to bring decisions down to the lowest level possible where people are engaged. But a lot of the time, if we look, the engagement that takes place is the traditional civil society organizations, and those type of coalitions are falling apart right across Europe and right across the world. So we do need to look at new models. Looking at new models, one of the things that I've spoken about in this month's Cadmus journal, and I paper published there, looking at citizen science engagement tools, which are very much about using a different model that's used in science, where you get all perspectives, all views, but to do that through the prism of human security. Human security is something that the World Academy has been very much advocating. It's about the protection and the empowerment of individuals. To take individuals' perspectives on board, but then looking at, well, what is in the best interests of that community, of that society, of that country, and how can we develop a roadmap together? And even though it may not be the solution that one individual puts forward, the fact that their position was considered and an alternative approach was taken, it's acknowledging that they were heard, they were listened to, and there is power in the collective decision and solutions that have come forward. And in fairness, I have to say, a lot of politicians today would like to engage more with their citizens, with their constituents. But the historical tools that we've had, social media has failed, as we know. The town hall type meeting model has also failed, because you only attract the two polarized views, those that are far against, and drowned out everyone else. what citizen science engagement tools try to do is to get everyone's perspective. And the great thing now with technology, with the likes of artificial intelligence, is that you can get those perspectives and you can combine those into something that is easy to digest for parliamentarians, politicians, ministers, and decision makers. And I think we do need to move away from what we've seen up to now is civil society consultation, as in the mechanism for consulting on issues, more to citizen consultation, using new and innovative models to do that. And the point I was making in the previous session was we have a very good example of that in terms of a regional engagement that has taken place throughout the Mediterranean. It's a north-south challenge in terms of the both sides of the Mediterranean, and it's trying to draft a new pact for the Mediterranean. It's been coordinated by the European Institute for the Mediterranean. But what they've done over the last 2 years, first of all, they have engaged with about 1,000 experts, policymakers, decision makers, youth, civil society actors, and business leaders from right across the Mediterranean. They've surveyed about 700 people within that catchment. But at the end of that process, they then had a second iteration involving consultative circles. And they've held those in Rabat, in Cairo, and in Brussels. So taking the feedback that has come back and then filtering through that to try and come up with an agreement that meets the needs of communities. Now, it won't meet all of the needs of communities. It can never do that. And Caitlin is right in relation to that. But at least people can acknowledge that they were listened to, that their voice was taken on board and was incorporated into the final document. It may not be there in black and white as to this particular measure being adopted, but you can get a huge amount of satisfaction, and people can get a huge amount of satisfaction of having their perspective listened to, their perspective acknowledged, even if it is dismissed in the interest of the greater common good at a later stage.
Dennis, super, very rich in argumentation. John, so town hall didn't work. To some extent, we are learning. Social media didn't work either, but citizen commitment is it important to redistribute social power and to come up with better policies. Help us again with your background as a media expert on that.
I certainly agree. That's very much right. That social power will only be redistributed through an active citizenry. And let's set that up, which is the platforms that have come to dominate social media, which of course are very scaled and global, are designed to actually encourage a certain type of passivity. That the defaults, the things they let you do, you can respond in certain ways, but only in certain ways. And they're all designed to feed you stuff rather than to you find things. And for you to be an active participant. You're more a recipient. And so let's take an example. A focus group I participated in a little while ago had a teenager. We're talking about the news area and what news sources he looked at. And his response was he didn't look at any news sources. If it's important, it'll find me. And think about the implications, right? And that was actually a very serious answer. That the platforms will supply me with what I need to know, and I will react as I may choose to. And if you think even about TikTok as the sort of more recent phenomenon, if you don't like something within less than a second, and this is statistically true, you move on, and the platform learns that till it feeds you stuff you'll stick with more so. So it very, very quickly adapts to you and feeds you stuff that you can basically just sit there and consume rather than design. So it really turns people into much more passive participant, well, not participants so much as consumers, rather than participatory and designing. AI has both the promise of changing that, because you can have much more agency and have much more information and much more variation in what can come out of it. And it can also very meaningfully enhance this trend, because it will feed you more and more stuff, more and more tailored to you all the time, that you have to do less around. So I think we really are on that, balancing on that knife edge, as they say, of which way this could go. But we have to encourage in every way we can and involve citizenry to use these tools that are now becoming distributed.
Mm. And I just have to be provocative in order to keep the discussion. So citizen engagement seems to be one of the systemic things to redistribute social power in order to make better decisions, right? So it's kind of crowd collective wisdom can do better in one way. So, but what if you're wrong? What if you're wrong? What if we need action within 6 to 8 months? Top down, get that done. I'm not advocating for it, I'm just putting the question out. What if you're wrong to debate for years and years and years that every voice is heard and everybody is happy to be heard, but the problem is not solved? I leave the question open, and maybe we have another 10 minutes. Okay, let Dennis first give an answer to that.
And I'd come in wearing my hat as the Ireland's first climate action minister. And that's a very good example where, you know, this is such a serious issue. We needed to act globally from the top down. And we've been saying this since Rio, since Paris, and we've seen very little implementation on the ground. Now, I think if we had more citizen engagement throughout this process, if we had acknowledged the need to bring communities along that road with us, then we would be far further down the road today. And yes, we are looking at catastrophic challenges that we have to now deal with, but it's because we failed to acknowledge that there is a need to bring citizens along with us. We only looked at this from a science and evidence-based approach. The heads of state signed up, but we haven't seen the delivery on the ground. And one of the things I tried to do as minister, we developed a model in Ireland where we had a climate change engagement with communities, so that we could get their perspective on things, bring the scientists, bring the academics, bring the civil service officials, along with the communities that were being directly impacted by the decisions, either positive or negative, that were taking place, and explain from different perspectives where people were coming from. And what we have found is that there are many ways, once you actually explain what you're trying to do, what your ultimate objective is, and how you can accommodate the needs of local communities, you can make far greater progress over a much shorter period of time than you can through the top-down approach. So it is about, as I said, we modelled out the National Dialogue on Climate Action, which is engaging citizens, and models like that can be really effective in moving the overall agenda at community level, at national level, at international level along.
Yeah. Okay. Catalin, again, back to you.
I very much agree with Dennis about talking the importance of civic engagement, because working and seeing the results of an intergovernmental organization. Obviously, I run, for example, the third committee, the third committee which deals with human rights, and part of the work in the third committee is to listen to the reports of the special experts who were sent by us, by the UN, by the member states, to go and see the problematic issues in different parts of the world. So, for example, you could realize that the solution for me would be a combination, obviously. So if we want to have the civic engagement, it can't be just something floating, in the air. It has to be in a way structured. So whatever you will hear from the people, the organizations, the civil society, the experts, you have to channel in. You have to, you somehow have to put into a structure and to see how you can use it for the betterment, for the future, I would say, for all. So obviously, I very much believe in the importance of the civic engagement, but for that, you also have to understand how to use and how to teach them to use technology and information, how to work towards an equitable representation, but also accountability. Very often we've seen in different processes a lot of good ideas dropped into the pond, and if you don't put it into a structure, you can't use it. And then you said, okay, we have to know that we have to act quickly, we have to take the decision, but then it has to be a decision through which you can be accountable. Because this is also a question today, I think, in the world, that very often there is no accountability at all. Very often you just see that we took a decision, or governments or people in positions took, and then they say, oh, sorry, I was not right. It just, we couldn't do it. So I think accountability is something what would be very important to elaborate. And again, I go back to global cooperation, because any problem what we face in our everyday life today have got implications globally, or we are influenced globally with our problems. And so that's why I would like to go back to the idea I started with, that we need to give the access to resources. So this is a question, how do we do that? And of course, we know the internet, we know the change of the media, we understand the thirstiness of the people to access the resources, to access the information, and we have to take it into consideration. You cannot just make decisions without listening and without putting it into a structure, but also being able to ask for accountability, because otherwise, there is just no shore of this whole process, I would say.
So beyond engagement, accountability for those who make decisions. Paul, you raised your hand. You have to unmute.
Apologies. Yes. No, very briefly. We have here with Dennis a representative of representative democracy. And so my big worry since many years is, what is the future of representative democracy at times when citizens' engagement and is required at every level, at every time. I make a distinction between citizen consultation and citizen engagement. In the consultation process, for me, it should be directed, of course, to the representative democracy approach. But of course, if one wants to get closer, one comes to ideas like the referendum, where citizens are consulted directly. But there, of course, many dangers occur and do happen. And history has taught us the dangers of referendums. So what do we do with representative democracy in 2025, when at the same time, thanks and due to new technologies, new means of approach, we can do many other direct sort of consultation of our citizens. Finally, I'm also from France, and my president did many direct consultations, as you know, recently and last year. But where did this lead? This led, of course, to wonderful consultations, super town halls on many important issues. But at the end of the day, it is the parliament that decided to pick up those ideas and then to put them into law or not. So let's not chuck away totally the representative democracy, the parliamentary and the parliamentarian approach to decision making. That was my only comment, but I still feel we need to defend very old representative democracy. Thank you.
Okay, that's a clear statement for democratic representatives changing systemic problems. Dennis, unmute, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to come back on what Paula said, and I agree wholeheartedly with him. But what I'm talking about is part of the representative democracy process. And I think there is a far greater role for parliaments and parliamentarians to be the conduit for this. And the paper that I published, and I put the link up there, is specifically looking at that. And if you look at consultation processes that have been really successful, like the Citizens' Assembly in Ireland, Parliament was an integral part of that, because ultimately what was generated from the consultation with citizens was presented to Parliament, and then Parliament subsequently produced a report that was taken on board by government. So I think it's important that we do look at representative democracy as an integral part of this and not as a mechanism to bypass it. Because I think if you do that, then you can be very successful in terms of converting good ideas and initiatives coming from communities into practical legislative action. However, if you keep both of those separate, absolutely, ultimately, Parliament holds the purse strings, and if Parliament is not part of the process, it will strangle any initiative. So it is important to have that balance there. And that's what I've tried to do in relation to the paper that I've published, is use Parliament as the conduit to make this happen.
Yeah. Thanks, Dennis. John, I need you back on board for a final statement. You know, in the chat, there's some saying, well, the COP is a wonderful place to meet people, and everybody has its saying. And it's like I quote, it's like a circle, you know, a circus. Everybody is happy there, but at the end of the day, no decisions are done. What is your take on that with regard to the overall question of social distribution of power, making decisions, accountability, and coming out with a better solution?
Yeah, I'll give an example. Some of the work that Force for Good has done, which I'm a director of, has identified that 90% of the technologies needed to solve climate crisis globally exist today.
Yeah.
So it's not a question that do these things exist. It's a question of our ability and will to implement them.
Yeah.
And so very much that's a science-based thing, but I think the same is true in these spheres that we're talking about. So it's really about how do we use the tools? How do we get the population globally motivated to be active and feel they have agency rather than grievances? And so I think we're really in that era, if you will, of how to motivate people. And then the rest exists. The representative democracies exist. The tools to have your voice heard and to be organized exist. So all of those things can then be activated. But I think the fundamental question is what activates people at scale?
What activates people at scale? Yeah. Kathleen.
Yeah, I'm sorry, just a final thought, because I was just listening carefully to all of you, and probably what we didn't tackle, and that's really the grassroots for everything, is, you know, how we educate the people for all these activities. I mean, how on earth they will know that we would like them to participate, or how on earth would they know that they can participate? So I think, and again, going back a little bit to the UN, we have a program. This is the Youth Delegation Program. And I must say, this is one of the best programs in the United Nations. I've seen it work in different places in the world. Also in Hungary, we have a very strong process of choosing the right young people who are totally committed, who would like to channel the voices of the other young people of their generation, going to the schools, and they really take it seriously that they will bring this message to the world. So what I'm saying is, for example, I was at some point working in Colombia, teaching young women and girls how to hear their voice heard, how their voice to be heard, how to teach them how to present themselves, how to be bold enough to stand up and say whatever they mean. So I think it has to start with education. And that is why I very much believe that, again, through global platforms, we have got already good results through which we are teaching and educating young people to become active citizens. Because if you don't teach them, if they don't know that they can do it or their word matters, we will be always in our own circles. So I just advocate for education very much so.
It's really hard for me to summarize this very rich debate. If I start with my initial question, who can do better? What I'm learning is that having a voice and engagement in the overall process can make a difference. And in this sense, I might be declined to say that representative democracies, open societies, might be able to solve systemic problems better than other systems. In this sense, I would like to thank you very much for your commitment, very much for your engagement. Thank you, Katalin. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, John. Thank you, Dennis. Thank you to everybody here in the chat. And I wish you a nice morning, afternoon, or evening. And hopefully we can see in an analog version in one way or another again. Thank you very much.
Hi, Gary. Good to see you as well. Bye-bye. Thank you. Bye.
Wonderful session. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next session will start in 5 minutes. We are waiting for some of our panelists now. think it's time to start the session now.
Are we on? Can anybody hear? Okay. Okay.
Yes. Hi, Fadwa.
Hi,
Hello.
how are you?
Hi, everybody.
Vesna, hi, Tom. Hi,
Hi.
Louise. This is the first time I see you. Hi, Phoebe. We gave you a hard time, but we're sorry. Lucy, time to start? Okay. Let me first thank you all for accepting our invitation to join this panel. And I particularly thank Lucy for being a war partner here, so to speak. When I shared the idea with her, she immediately responded and we started. And thank you all for joining. Let me start by saying how this whole thing came about. The world has changed, and it looks like many people are not acknowledging that or responding to it or seeing it. We have sanitized slogans being peddled around that don't really align with the changes that took place in the world today. The alignments have changed, the powers have changed. The West is no more alone in the game. We have China, Russia, North Korea forming with other nations from Latin America and the Middle East and so on, BRICS. And that's a big change that we have to acknowledge. But even we thinkers, we experts, don't even bring this up as much. It looks like change took us by surprise, and we're sitting here talking about obsolete words, obsolete slogans and notions. War is a notion that has to be re-examined. We don't know what war is. Peace. What is, what's going on? Peace. Democracy is something that has to be challenged because people talk about democracy as if we all know what democracy is. And as we see from what's happening in the United States and elsewhere, the people democratically voted for Trump, whether we like it or not. People democratically also voted for Hitler. So we really want to know what democracy is. Is it about the freedom to vote? Or by representation, or is there something else to democracy? I think America has its own notion of what democracy is from Europe, different from Europe, and the rest of the world. And we have to really reconsider this. Diplomacy, there's a term that is repeated all the time. Diplomacy failed. Well, there is diplomacy going on in Qatar, and there is diplomacy going on in Turkey. So it hasn't failed. It's changed its form. And we want to know about that. Colonialism, we talk about it as if it's in the past. We are living colonialism. Africa's trying to liberate itself from the Western hold and plunder of its resources. And we have all this pacific education means. We are still trying to pacify people. Look at the Palestinians. How can we talk about sustainability, education, food security? What is it to the Palestinians who are under occupation and being bombarded, starved, incinerated? Their hospitals are being attacked, killing the patients, and we are assassinating their doctors and assassinating the journalists who will tell us about it. All of these are violations of what is called the universal human values established by the United Nations. But what is happening? So essentially, I thought that WAAS already has many minds and people empirically conducting research in their own areas of focus. And if we get together and talk about all these things, how can we align these obsolete slogans with what is really happening in the world? And when we talk about security, education, and so on, how can we relate a situation like the Palestinians to all these things? So to put together such minds of people who are all experts in their fields, that's you, the panelists, and who are conducting empirical research, they are not just talking off the top of their head, but relating what they are doing to better reflect what's happening in the world today. And that's how this came about. So I will stop here and will start by introducing Professor Jalal Zain from Tunis. He's professor at the University of Tunis, who took us back to the 14th century Arab world, where Ibn Khaldun gave us a scientific theory about development and society. I was always interested in Ibn Khaldun, as Jalal knows, but Dr. Jalal is reviving this, and we want to hear how his view of the neo-Khaldunism, as he calls it, relates to the changes in the world. So I leave you, Jalal.
Thank you very much, Fadwa, for this excellent framing of this panel. I also would like to congratulate WAAS for this excellent and highly timely conference. So I will start my intervention. And so friends and colleagues, let me start or begin with a paradox. We gather, in the name of peace today, yet the language we use is peace offensive. As itself, I find a contradiction. An offensive is an act of war. To make peace a campaign, a maneuver, a tactical move, is to remain trapped in the very logic that sustains violence. Okay? And yet, I recognize the value of what has been initiated. The so-called global peace offensive, championed by institutions like the World Academy of Art and Science and the Club of Rome, is a welcome mobilization. But let us be honest. Mobilization is not metamorphosis. Okay? A peace offensive, however well-meaning, still imagines peace through power, deterrence, and control. So let us be bolder. So I invite you to be bolder and say that peace is not the absence of war. Peace is the presence of meaning, justice, and life in balance. In the wake of Operation Rising Lion, where missiles scream louder than diplomacy, we must confront the uncomfortable truth. War today is not a breakdown. It is a system function. So, and I believe this is how our collapsing world order is reproducing itself. It is fossil fueled, algorithmically targeted, hyper-nationalized, and spiritually bankrupt. From Gaza to Sudan, from Ukraine to Iran, war is not an exception. It is the shadow of a civilization that has lost its compass. Consider, for instance, the recent report by the UN Special Rapporteur, Francesca Albanese. In this report, or this document, it documents how an entire corporate ecosystem, arms, tech, energy, agribusiness, finance, is profiting, from and enabling the destruction of Gaza. Over 60 companies, including Lockheed Martin, Caterpillar, Palantir, Amazon, Alphabet, Microsoft, BNP Paribas, are named in what she calls an economy of genocide. And this is precisely why neo-Khaldunism is not just timely, it is even necessary. Rooted in the brilliance of Ibn Khaldun, neo-Khaldunism is not a political theory. It is a civilizational science, a transcendental compass to navigate collapse and move beyond it. Civilizations do not fall only by external attack. They collapse when moral economies rot from within, when asabiya, which is the collective spirit, fades, when decadence replaces cohesion, when simulation replaces meaning. The war
Jalil,
becomes,
you have 1 minute left.
the
You
war
have 1
becomes
minute
not,
left.
then war becomes not just possible, but inevitable. So what does peace require? Peace is not more dialogue between the same tired actors, not ceasefires that freeze injustice, not transition that change the fuel but preserves the machine. Peace requires metamorphosis. It requires a just fossil fuel phase out, a moral economy of sufficiency, power rooted in dignity, be it local, indigenous, or spiritual, a civilization that remembers its ecological limits. And yes, it requires initiatives like the Global Peace Offensive to move further, to abandon euphemism and embrace a radical transition. Let me offer one final nudge. The age of peace talks is over. The age of peace design must begin. The Global South is no longer a receiver of lectures. It holds the materials, the lens, the wisdom, and now perhaps the worldview to lead a rebirth. Neo-Khaldunism is not utopia. It is not ideology. It is a prelude to the possible. It is the unveiling of a post-collapse humanism grounded in ethics, rhythm, and regeneration. We do not need a peace offensive. We need a peace renaissance.
Thank you, Jalil. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I'll finish by saying, let this be the moment we stop managing decline and start navigating metamorphosis. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm interested in your civilizational science. I'd like to talk to you about that more later. I'm going to now speak briefly. I do want to remind the rest of the panelists to stick within time so that we can have some questions at the end, please, if possible. I'm going to speak briefly about the environmental costs of war. So I'm changing focus to something that is more practical, if you like. So today, the International Court of Justice issued its first ever advisory opinion on climate change. It agreed that a clean, healthy, and a sustainable environment is a human right. They addressed states' obligations and the consequences for those people who are causing, or most states who are causing most harm. This was requested by the United Nations General Assembly, and this moment could redefine global responsibility for the climate and open the door to lawsuits against major polluters. Now, importantly, the court was expected to consider military and conflict-related emissions. Countries like Palestine and Mexico called for these to be included in national climate obligations, and legal records show that the court is addressing them under principles of state responsibility and due diligence. Now, although this is just advisory, the ruling could be a really powerful tool for future climate litigation and policy influencing both courts and governments. And in this context, we must confront the hard truth. Modern militias are not a public good. They are a moral catastrophe. As highlighted by Andrew Feinstein's work, they are sickening, profit-driven machines, propped up by lobbying, secrecy, and war economies. Just 4 arms companies earn hundreds of billions annually, ensuring war and its fallout never ends. Feinstein warns us that the arms trade doesn't just fuel violence, it commodifies it, profiting from destruction and using messages of insecurity to avoid accountability. The environmental cost of war is immense and overlooked in favor of narratives of necessary securities. From manufacturing to bombing, every phase of the military machine damages ecosystems, destroys forests, poisons farmland and the water. NATO rearmament alone is set to add 200 million tons of CO2 annually. The US military emits more than most countries, projected as 178 million tons by 2026. Militaries contribute more than 5.5% of global emissions, as much as the world's 4th largest polluter. Humanity is being forced to destroy itself and our home in the name of protection. It's a horror show. If we are serious about justice, we must recognize war is significantly contributing to the ecological crisis. Regardless of politics or borders, it is destroying our shared planet and forcing ordinary people to be murderers. As the Archbishop of Canterbury recently said at a climate change conference, we are all now called to interfere in what is destroying the world around us. The climate cannot afford our silence. We are all called to interfere. We are obliged to speak out and actively interfere. Thank you for listening to me. Now I'd like to hand over to Vesna. I have the great pleasure of handing over to Vesna, who is going to explore the challenges and the resilience of education during times of war and peace, and highlighting its role perhaps in healing and rebuilding. Over to you, Vesna. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Fadwa and Lucy, for organizing this panel and for giving me a chance to speak a little bit and contribute to this conversation. Basically, I was asked, and I think it's a good idea, to talk about my country's and my own family's experience in being bombed, in living under bombardment. So the case is of the NATO aggression on, at that time, Federal Republic of Yugoslavia, which consisted of only two remaining republics from the former socialist Yugoslavia, which were Serbia and Montenegro. The bombing took place in the spring of 1999, from March to June, so almost 3 months. 19 NATO countries participated in this aggression, and the whole thing started without the approval of the UN in any manner, General Assembly or any other sub institution. So the bombing of Yugoslavia was also known as the last war, or let's say use of arms and bombing in Europe in the 20th century. Anyway, yes, the overall cost of the damage in the material sense, in very direct costs, and the ones surrounded it, was about 100 billion euros. Now, to go to education. In this time of 3 months, everything stopped. So there was no schooling on elementary, intermediate, or high level. So I, as a professor of university, did not go to hold classes, but I went to communicate with my colleagues, because at that time, the internet was actually almost only working well at the university at the university, and not as well from home. Of course, it was also interrupted because of the whole situation. And I was trying to explain to my colleagues what was going on from the ground. And I was also writing a diary, which actually proved what is an interesting thing here also to mention regarding schools and schooling and bombing of schools, that the targets in this war or aggression were not only the military and police infrastructures, but they were also they were also symbolic, in a sense. It was called, in official terms by the NATO, it was called collateral damage. But it included hospitals, schools, vehicles in motion, like cars, buses, and trains. Also crucial infrastructure, like major bridges, major roads, to disconnect certain cities and so on. Okay, to go to the family aspect, we had 2 small children at that time, just starting elementary school. So our strategy is in dealing with a wartime and a war situation was to pretend it wasn't going on. It wasn't happening. So we continued with schooling our children at home. My husband did the natural sciences, I did the social and humanities. We also took them regularly under the sirens to their tennis classes, and we didn't go to shelters. This I think proved well, but of course it wasn't such a destructive war as it is going on now, for example, in Gaza, where everything is destroyed, and you couldn't manage such things. So basically, the situation for actually the education for 12 generations of youth in these 3 months stopped. Most of the people did not do home schooling. We were probably exceptions. Okay. So you can imagine from this just small experience that I'm telling you about, and just let's say the imagined results of children and youth missing things that they would learn in My husband is telling me that I should shorten my speech. Yes, we have Lucy here to tell me that. We can imagine what's going on and how much children are missing and youth is missing in education in wars like in Ukraine, which is already for going on for 3 years and more, and in Gaza for almost 2 years. So this is a short story about, you know, which we could think about and also see the implications in much more serious situations. Not saying that this wasn't serious, but yeah, this is for now.
Vesna, thank you so much for that ethnographic account. That brings, I mean, the phrase is perhaps wrong, but brings to life something of the lived experience that people are suffering and going through. And thank you for sharing that very personal account. I appreciate it. And I'm sure everyone does. I'm going to hand over to Louise now. Louise is going to present her work on the archaeology of Gaza from the 1990s.
Okay, can you all hear me? Can you hear me?
There's background noise, I think. We can hear you, Louise.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah.
Hold on. Yeah, she's going to present her work on the archaeology of Gaza, offering a powerful memory of a place now fighting for survival and cultural preservation amid extraordinary destruction. Over to you, Louise.
Okay, so yes, there is a lot of background noise, so I'm trying to cut it out as much as I can. So thank you, Lucy, for inviting me to be part of this wonderful event. And I had the privilege of working in Gaza as an archaeologist in the late 1990s. I stayed first of all in the Catholic Church in Gaza City. And later on, our work was facilitated by the British Council and by UNRWA. So I'm very grateful for all those organisations for facilitating what we did there. And I want to concentrate on, there's been a lot of work done, some really, really good work on the destruction of the cultural heritage of Gaza. And I don't want to talk about that. What I want to do is bring to life the vibrancy of this wonderful ancient culture that's flourished around the area of the Wadi Gaza, from Gaza City up in the north down as far as Dar el-Balah in the south of Gaza. And this is very, just before I get onto that, I think it's also worth highlighting that the Wadi Gaza itself has been recognised as a place of international importance. It is on the tentative World Heritage site list as a natural resort, natural heritage, because of its unique biosystem and its importance for migratory birds. So there's this whole landscape that developed around the Wadi Gaza from the 4th millennium BC, and it's a really vibrant, rich culture. The most famous of the sites is the site of Tel el-Ashul, which was excavated in the 1930s by Flinders Petrie. He actually did a pretty bad job. It's not like Petrie had done that. He did a pretty bad job, and it's very hard to make sense of what he did there. But he uncovered a really vibrant Canaanite community, evidence for occupation in the first half of the 2nd millennium BC down to about 1400 BC. And Tel el-Ashul was really important archaeologically for the immense wealth that was found there. It was a vibrant, prosperous community. It was trading extensively with places like Cyprus in particular. There's a strong Egyptian influence, but it was particularly well known for its gold work, and it's one of the wealthiest sites to have been excavated throughout the Levant, from Ugarit up in the north right the way down to Tel el-Ashul in the south. Really, really rich. And one of the reasons is Flinders Petrie used to pay his workmen, he'd check the times every day for the value of gold, and he'd pay his workmen the value of gold that they found. So it made its way into the archaeological record, but incredibly rich. And that is the best known site from Gaza. The other sites have either been tentatively excavated in the late 1990s or have been or haven't been excavated at all. And I think this is very sad because this wonderful landscape is disappearing. But what we see in Gaza is, in the area around the Wadi Gaza, is a place where armies have tramped over this land since the Egyptians first arrived there in the late 4th millennium BC, around about the time of King Narmer, the legendary unifier of ancient Egypt. And a site was excavated called Sakan there. And there's just a litany of people marching over this landscape, but these really dense, densely occupied region there. There's this ancient old site of Gaza up in the north, under the old city of Gaza, and just to the east of that was another very important second millennium Tel site, Tel Muntar. I worked at the site Al Muracha, and we excavated evidence of activity by Tutmosis III and Hatshepsut, which is very interesting. Very well published as well, so little plug for the publication, but very interesting, again showing this document, this litany of rulers. And down in Dar el Balah, an Egyptian settlement was established there. And the last site I want to mention is the site of Antidon, which has been excavated by French archaeologists in the 1990s. It's the port site of ancient Gaza. It's again on the tentative list of UNESCO World Heritage Sites. And by all reports that I've been able to establish, that site has been bombed and it has been bulldozed in the last 2 years. So that site has disappeared. The other sites I've mentioned have been damaged. I don't know if they've been destroyed. There's a lot of work going on to establish the state of preservation of these sites. But what is being lost is a knowledge of a very rich, important cosmopolitan area, trading and military area. So, and I think I want to leave it there.
Thank you so much, Louise. That's such interesting information and really highlights some of the other problems associated with war and trying to find peace. And now I'm going to turn towards Thomas, who I'm hoping is going to examine the critical links between food security and global governance. Maybe?
Yes, yes. Well, the title of my paper. Can you see my screen?
Good.
Yeah, can you see that?
Yes, that's fine. Yeah.
War and food. And you could say the war on food, or the war with food. For example, the war on using food deprivation in Gaza at the moment is a good example. The fact that throughout Africa, it's the conflict zones, the war zones, where you have the highest level of starvation. But that's quite obvious, but I'm going to talk about less obvious forms of war with food or through food. That is based on basically a corruption of moral economy. Something Scott and Thompson coined that term. I've modified it into moral ecology because it's also a war on nature. Okay, so food sovereignty is the ability to feed yourself as a community, a household, a nation, and it's a systems feature. And these systems are diverse because local ecosystems differ, local societies differ. Everyone has a different way of being food sovereign. So there's not a single threat to the system or a single solution. There's a lot of diversity. But there's also a worldwide war going on, which is silent, but is actually killing many millions of people. So the threat to food security at the global level is to do with demand, supply, and distribution, basically. But there's a common, in all of these areas, there's a common problem because there's a massive moral economy deficit. In other words, the way the system operates is immoral. Well, there's world population growth is one of the risks on the demand side. We're expecting 50% increase of the population by 2050. It may not actually happen. The latest data show a fairly steep decline in the growth rate, and it may soon become negative, but still there's a lag. And so we're going to have a lot more human beings around. More importantly, though, is per capita consumption. It's growing. And if you look there at India, you're going to have more than doubling, also in China, of the consumption of meat, which has a much bigger impact than plant-based diets. We got to remember that agriculture causes about a quarter, by some measures a third of all greenhouse gas emissions, and large part of that is from livestock. The war on nature that is modern agriculture is amazing. If you look at this, the four little squares at the top left are wild mammals. The rest is humans and our edible pets. So you can see that we've pushed nature into a tiny corner, and so there's 3 times more domestic pigs than there is mammals on land and sea in the wild.
Thomas, you have 2 more minutes.
So the other supply risk is to do with water and soil loss because of overexploitation and modern techniques of chemical inputs use on soil, which is really destroying it. The other thing is climate change is going to affect yields, especially in those countries that are already in trouble, in Africa, India, Southeast Asia, China. And we've been relying on agricultural technology to try and increase yields, but that is not going to continue. And we have a widening gap between demand and supply. But the other problem is that we have huge problems in food distribution. The poorest countries are always the first victims, but also the working and downwardly mobile middle classes in rich countries. And there's a high market dependence, and everywhere food affordability is decreasing. Now, I remind you of Kissinger's old idea that if you control oil, you control nations, but if you control food, you control the people. So this is the control mechanism. These 9 big retail cartels have basically captured most of the food market. And also at the wholesale level, 2 companies, for example, Cargill and Continental, control half of the wheat in the world. Then there's financial manipulation and profiting from hunger by speculation with food.
Thomas,
so there's
I
really a
apologize,
war
but
on the
can you
poor.
round up?
I will.
Thank you.
There's 2 approaches to this. Some people still, despite all the evidence, put their trust into big agriculture and more technology, more consolidation. But others, including myself, believe that I put my trust in the moral economy that you find at the community level still, where small farmers operate. I've recently published a book on that. And here's why I subscribe to that view. And it is because small farmers feed 2/3 of the world with healthy food on less than a quarter of the arable land, whereas corporate farming largely produces sugar, carbohydrates, and oil, and some ethanol for biofuels, and that with massive subsidies from the state, while small farmers are largely ignored, people like this. And I've worked in Indonesia for 30 years. I've seen in rapid motion how ecosystems were destroyed there. This is in the highlands of Bali, where I did my PhD research. And you can see how the landscape has changed from a farm on the left. You wouldn't even recognize it as a farm. It's so biodiverse, it looks like a forest. And on the right, you have this monoculture, not even a blade of grass, because of, the use of glyphosate.
Thomas, thank you. We're going to have to end there. Where you've gone into 7 minutes, more 7.5 minutes now. Yeah. Can you end a final sentence?
Okay. Well, this is my final slide. And so really the modern agriculture system and its corporate structure is really a war on healthy food. We've got millions of people dying from the consequences of an unhealthy diet. And and it's also a total war on ecosystems. Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And so as we have pushed into the time, let me just very quickly introduce Phoebe, who is going to be discussing sustainable development in the context of war. Please tell me if that's true. Yes, good.
That's
Goodness. Okay.
That's true. Well,
thanks,
thank
Phoebe.
you,
Over to you.
Lucy. Thank you, Lucy. Thank you, Fauda, for having me here. It's a big honor and a pleasure, and I learned a lot. It was such a beautiful session with many different aspects that were hugely interesting, at least for me. So I work on innovative systems transformation, and the aim is the sustainable interaction between nature and society. And of course, we all recognize that we are living in this geopolitical crisis era with many wars, prolonged wars taking place, different versions of wars in different spaces across the globe. And all this is caused not only because of difficulties with economic growth, slow economic growth, difficulties with population, increasing population in some areas of the world, decreasing populations in other, not having enough labor force in the developed world, for example, in Europe, increasing inequalities, income inequalities, and other inequalities with regards to accessing vital resources. And of course, we are also facing climate crisis, biodiversity collapse, all these multi-crises. We agreed in 2015 that we want to escape through the implementation of the UN Agenda 2030, the 17 goals, the 169 targets within them, a very holistic framework that can support human welfare away from all these crises, including war. And this is what my team, the Alliance of Excellence for Research and Innovation, is working on the last almost 30 years, identifying the optimal mixture of dynamic and spatial solutions for implementing a holistic and integrated framework that will support the ecosystems, the natural ecosystems we live in, the socioeconomic systems, in a way that can really flourish, that can really allow human welfare to flourish. Let's see how we are doing, at least with the latest structure of UN agreement of goals. This is the 2050 Sustainable Development goals of UN 2030 agenda. And this is the latest report measuring the performance of all countries in the world against the implementation of these goals. And you can see that we are lagging behind. Only 17% are on track. Now let's see how we are doing specifically with regards to goal 16, which is about peace, justice, and strong institution, and goal 17, which is about collaboration. Obviously, all the goals are massively influenced by war, but these are the goals that are measuring our performance with regards to avoiding war, to building on collaboration. And I should say here that the red means major challenges into achieving the goals, and orange means significant challenges for achieving the goals. So red is below 50% achievement, and orange is between 50 to 70%. And this is the goal on peace, justice, and strong institutions. And basically, it's red all around. This is the goal.
Forgive me, you have 1 minute left.
Okay, that's fine. This is the goal that shows how we promote peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development. Look at this map now. This is the indicator within goal 16, which focuses on exporting of major conventional weapons. See who is exporting. It's the US and some countries in Europe. And then this is the goal for the partnerships. And again, we are seriously underperforming here, with the whole of the world map being colored into red and orange. And all aspects of human security, political freedom, access to healthcare, economic security, community security, personal safety, access to technology, environmental, food security, are all jeopardized in this structure of war. There is no sustainable development with war. There is nothing to be supported if you have war. It's not just the environment, natural resources that are distracted, it's the whole cohesion of the socioeconomic system. So let me just say that amid rising geopolitical tensions and widening global inequalities and the escalating climate crisis, this year's Sustainable Development Report of the Sustainable Development Solutions Network, I lead the European quarters of this network and I work on this report, shows that the world overwhelmingly recognizes that the Sustainable Development Goals are our vital pathway to peace, equity, and well-being. And to date, 190 countries out of 193 UN member states have participated in producing voluntary national reviews with regards to the SDGs. So there is support for these SDGs, and they can be very helpful in building explicit recommendations on the optimal mixture of dynamic and spatial changes in the socioeconomic and political system that can allow us to become sustainable. Let me say that only 3 countries that have not participated with voluntary contributions are Haiti, Myanmar, and the United States. So I want to close on a positive note, saying that the UN-based multilateralism should be given more power and attention. And we have also measured the UN multilateralist focus of different states around the world, and it shows that people want to use this instrument, want to make it more effective.
Thank you. We've run out of time. The panel has run out of time.
Thank you very much.
So I'm afraid we can't have any questions, which is a shame. because we've
Luci, I think we can. I think we can go over a few minutes from my experience.
Yeah, for another 10 minutes we can go on because the next one is starting in 11 minutes.
Okay, well, are there any questions? Fatwa, do you have a question? You're muted.
It's not a question as much as a comment from the fact that we also lose knowledge, and as academics and researchers, this is not brought up. It's not one of the practical things. We lose knowledge. I remember when Iraq was invaded, I was terrified because I knew prominent archaeologists from Chicago who were then digging in Iraq for very important information, and I was terrified. I mean, of course, the whole thing was terrible, but I called the director of the Smithsonian Institution. I said, what's going on? Iraq is being bombarded indiscriminately. There is archaeology going on. And he said, well, my hands are tied, he said. And he said he was told by the State Department and the Pentagon and so on that the army was told Iraq has no pyramids, so bomb. I was flabbergasted at the ignorance by which these dominant powers who are going around ruling the world and directing bombs at innocent children and women like in Palestinians have no clue what knowledge is and where we get it.
Go ahead, Fatwa, go ahead. Oh, Besna,
Okay,
sorry.
I see there is nobody else right now asking or commenting. So I wanted to just say something I wanted to say in preparation for this panel, because you asked us, to prepare one sentence or two sentences about how we see from our own research and life experience what can be built into, let's say, peacemaking. So my suggestion, and this very much goes in line with what Phoebe was talking about, although, I mean, all the presentations were really so wonderful, but what Phoebe mentioned about the human security dimensions and SDGs. Basically, in human security dimensions, the political one, the political security was mentioned in the 7th place, so among the last ones. She, interestingly enough, put it in the 1st place. This is what I wanted to say. Also, in the SDGs, the peace, the one dealing with peace, is also the 16th, so it's one before the last. My suggestion is that we should try to reverse the order of these let's say, strong messages, words that are actually dealing with all the most important things that we are here talking about, and also that are happening in the world and that are needed. And this is because we usually talk about sustainability in the first place, then human security in the second, and peace in the last place as the third. I think we should promote the idea of thinking in reverse, peace in first place, and then these other two, because nothing can happen without peace. Nothing can happen in war. So this is the crucial thing. And going back to education, which I talked about, and which is, of course, one of the major avenues of spreading ideas, major ideas, is that educational institutions should worry about that and forcefully, I'm sorry, I shouldn't use the word forcefully. It sounds like too forceful. The institutions should actually promote this kind of idea and educate our youth all around the world about what peace means, and that should be the first thing that we should worry about. And also anthropology comes in there as very important, because anthropology explains our commonalities and differences, and wars are not that they occur as much due to differences, but they're explained often, and the differences are misused, cultural differences, social differences, right, ethnic, whatever, religious, as the reasons for war. So this is my message.
Thanks, Vesna. Thanks for doing that final little task as well. I mean, for my one penny's worth, I don't think any of us know what peace is. To say that peace is the absence of war is simplistic and empty. We know that, but we don't say what it is. To say it isn't something is simply not good enough. And actually, I don't think any of us know or have a conception of what a really peaceful world would look like. And that would be the thing that I think we would need to focus on, because right now, there's a litmus test for humanity in Gaza and the West Bank right now to see if, if we can uphold the principles of justice, of dignity, of rights. It seems we can't. So what is peace? What do we mean by peace? I've not heard anything yet. I'm not talking about just this panel in my life that clearly says, this is what it looks like. This is how it feels. This is how it tastes.
Yeah.
So someone help
Can
me.
I add also one thing? To this connection, also we should look at how wars are being waged in peace, in what looks like peace. A lot of levels of warring is actually going on as a preparation to a real war, but also as an alternative to the arms war. Because many aims of different countries, especially the big ones that are actually attained, especially in the last few decades, not through armed war, but through peaceful war. This is another addition.
That's exactly what I was trying to say, Vesna,
right.
with food as an
Financial
example.
wars,
But it
like
really, the real
Thomas
war is an economic war, and it's going
Yeah.
on all the time. And that's why we've
Yeah.
never experienced peace, like Luci says, because it's all about, and I love that cartoon in Phoebe's first page of the planet. Everyone crowded in the south half, in the north half, there's the 1%. And it says still not enough. And the war has to go on. We have to have more. Yeah. And that's really the driving force behind every war. It's always conflicts between the 1%, between the elites.
If you
factions.
notice now,
And look at Trump's war now, what it's doing to developing countries, those tariffs. They're devastating for developing. For many, many years, we've have allowed low tariffs for developing countries so they could build up, so they could develop economically. And now, oh no, no more. So it's, if anything, it's escalating, and we know where it comes from.
But we do need as scholars to re-examine, go back to the drawing table and re-examine all these things: peace, war, security. We have to redefine them. We are using obsolete meanings to these. Peace now is ceasefire. If you notice, the minute somebody gets attacked, all the nation says we have to go for a ceasefire, which is nothing. It's 3 days of unreported bombing, and they continue to bomb. So this is all obsolete. We do need an entire plenary to take each of these concepts and redefine them in the context of the reality of what's happening in the world today. It has changed.
Let's give the final word to Jalal then, who's got his hand up. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Well, of course, I mean, definitions are very important, and for us academicians, we love to have, well stated and clean definitions. But I really would like to go even deeper before the definitions. The question is, why do we have war? Okay, and wars is not just people having guns and killing each others. You see, that's really the pinnacle of brutality and conflicts between people. But hunger, poverty, injustice, all of these are, different forms of wars that the more powerful are trying to exercise their might to actually, through extractivism or colonialism or what have you, to keep their hedonistic way of living, to the expense of the majority, which is really living in very, very bad condition. So our system is broken, all right? And we cannot just try to really mend little problems here and there. I believe we really need to review our problem and go down to the basic, causes of this chaos humanity finds itself in. Today we have only like this 1% using dark money, to actually manipulate even knowledge, even produce knowledge that is false for their own interest. You see, these things we also need to worry about. These people use money to choose who will be running this country or the other country. So the problem is very deep. And if we don't really find a solution very soon, nature will do it for us. And you know how nature will take care of us very, very nicely. Thank you very much.
I think on that note, we really do have to admit we've finished and that the panel is over. It's past 6 o'clock. So thank you to everybody for listening to us ranting up here. And thanks to the organisers for letting us speak. Have a really good evening. Thank you, panelists.
Bye-bye, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thanks, Lucy. Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Bye-bye.